Ukraine win against Russia, China has been a not insignificant player in this process. You heard the president last evening talk about that China can't have it both ways. You had Modi, Prime Minister Modi in India, India in Russia earlier this week during the hospital attack, I believe. Should India get a pass too? What does it look like for some of these partners who are engaged in providing dramatic material support, especially for purchases of Russian energy? What should NATO be saying about that kind of extra regional engagement?
I'll solve the China and India problems for you in just a second. But let me just say that Napoleon Bonaparte, who is in our national anthem, said that a country that doesn't feed its own army is doomed to feed a foreign one. In Poland, we have a somewhat similar saying that every country has an army, either your own or a foreign one. Your own is cheaper in the long run. We are spending over 4% of GDP on defense this year. We have the 14th biggest defense budget in the world, and next year we'll go higher. We will do whatever it takes not to be a Russian colony again, irrespective of what anybody else does. India, I think, sees its role as the leader of the non-aligned movement, traditional. And by buying Russian oil for rupees, I hope it is making President Putin realize that he's lost his most lucrative market for his oil and gas, which is the biggest sanction that we have imposed. China is also driving a very hard bargain in terms of the gas price. China is respecting our thickest red line, namely is not supplying actual weapons or ammunition to Russia. Components, yes. Dual goods, yes. UAVs, yes. But actually it's selling them to both sides, because I've personally seen Chinese drones on the Ukrainian side. China, I think, is getting a vassal on the cheap. My friend and mentor here in Washington, Zbigniew Brzezinski, used to say that Russia's choice is to be either an ally of the West or a vassal of China. But to be an ally, you have to respect some rules, like not invading neighboring countries.
Details, yeah.
And if I were a Russian nationalist, I would be furious at Putin for putting Russia into this position vis-à-vis China. And I hope they recalculate in future. Because I think China is taking over the Russian market. They are cut off from apps, so they are now using Chinese apps, Chinese white goods, Chinese everything. I don't think that's good for Russia in the long run. And also the two countries have a history of territorial claims. Unequal Treaty of Beijing of 1860, under which Russia got Outer Manchuria and the port of Vladivostok, which the Chinese now call Hanshan-Wei. If I were a Russian general, I would be very concerned about all that.
Let's pull back to some of the broader nature of the conflict. We've heard a lot about these gray zone attacks. Those acts short of traditional warfare. We have commercial air traffic that has been grounded in Finland because of GPS jamming. We've seen massive waves of cyber attacks by Russia across Europe. Is NATO doing enough to respond to this dynamic? What should be done, and what does success look like? How do you really wrap your arms around this? Because it feels like a drip, drip, drip on a national level, but collectively is generating dramatic losses.
Well, that's a very good question, and I'd like to focus on some specific events that took place in my country and in some of our neighboring countries. These are, we call them sabotage, but basically it's arson against civilian objects in my country. And I'm not sure whether, it can be called just hybrid events or, gray zone event any longer. Because it's quite clear a terrorist attack sponsored by a hostile neighboring country against one of the NATO countries. The problem is, at this stage, that when you're saying this, you immediately have to say what you're going to do about it.
Right.
And this is currently, and I'm happy that it's being addressed right now in the summit. It is the first time that we are going to address this in that respect, that we have to find an answer, and it has to be, Putin has to be notified. That we're just not just seeing, we're not just registering, but we are going to act. And in this, I'd like to remind that the only time that Article 5 was invoked was because of a terrorist attack. So we have to be very clear that we'll make no definition. When it comes, when we'll decide that it's needed, we'll do it. And there will be an answer.
So should these attacks be called terrorism?
I mean, if it is terrorism, yeah, definitely. I mean, burning down a shopping mall, and paying a person to do that, and the money is coming from Russia, then yeah. How else can you call it?
It's not just arson. They're sending death squads that kill people. That's definitely terrorism.
Yeah, and I mean, in our case, Russian opposition representative in Vilnius, he was attacked. So it is clear, and I would not shy away from calling what it is, naming very clearly what we're going to do about it. Because if we don't do that, we have two problems. One is that Putin will escalate, because every time we keep silent, he takes it as a weakness and pushes forward. The second thing is that countries will be forced to formulate their own strategy. Their own strategy, because this is what our people in our countries will demand. You cannot just, expect the people just to be okay with something happening in your country. So therefore, this is one of the reasons why we're in this alliance, and we have to have a common answer to this.
Please.
One footnote. I expect the worst from Putin, but on the GPS signal, we had a brilliant briefing at the Council of Baltic Sea States by a Finnish specialist. I'm no specialist, so correct me if I'm wrong, but what he told us is this, that the GPS signal is in fact very weak coming from satellites, just above background. So it's actually very easy to interfere with.
It's a pretty dumb instrument, if you will.
And so if the Russians are protecting their own bases and assets, say around St. Petersburg, from these long-range Ukrainian strikes, which are sometimes very successful, that would have a spillover effect pretty widely, and is not necessarily deliberate. So, and Ukraine, of course, does it too. So when I was last in Kharkiv, delivering products to the front last year, and there was a Russian drone attack on Kharkiv, the Ukrainians would switch on GPS jamming in order to make that job more difficult, and your Google Maps suddenly go crazy, and you have no idea how disorienting it is.
Of course. Well, you raise a really important point, which is that there is an element of this where attribution becomes pretty fuzzy. And we see this in cyber too, which is part of what makes it effective. It's damaging the system, but its origins may be unknown. And what I'm hearing is that naming it is critical. Is there some kind of proportional response element that needs to be clarified as well?
Well, I think that what wouldn't work probably is that if every time Russia does something, we go against every single event, because their capacity, and they've shown that, their capacity is vast, and they can, they can wreak havoc in Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, Poland, wherever they want, because with social media, they can reach very wide audiences, and find people who would do their job for them in those countries. But we have to create a very clear deterrence for these sort of events, so that then the next time they start planning, they know that there is an answer ready, prepared, signed on the table. And if you do this, this will be the answer. And now, currently, I mean, the easiest way, I mean, I've got this question so many times, like, what would you, suggest?
Right.
How do you manage this sort of escalation? Now we have a country that's willing to manage escalation for us. They're actually asking here in Washington today, allow us to strike deeper into Russian territory. We will manage your escalation for you. They're saying, look, no, not right now. So I think that this is mistake. If we cannot find any other reason, no other reason, no children's hospital, no kindergarten, nothing for why to allow them to attack deeper into Russian territory, then at least this.
Absolutely.
If they attack us in any way, you know, that they think of, then let's allow Ukrainians to attack them.
I understand that. I understand that our final communique will refer to Russia as a multi-domain threat to the alliance. We have to have an answer to them in every
domain
of those domains.
Yes. Folks, it's time to start queuing up. I'll take the first question from Anna Maria Boss. Making money available for new equipment is one thing, but how are NATO countries going to find the necessary personnel when many people don't want to serve? Huge manpower issues even within Ukraine. How do you respond to that?
Well, in Poland, we are beginning to train the first Ukrainian brigade composed of volunteers from inside Poland. We have up to 1 million Ukrainians of both genders, and several thousand of them have already registered for their draft. And interestingly, many of them do want to serve and rotate their compatriots, but they say, we don't want to be thrown into the battle without being properly trained and equipped. And we are going to do this for them, and they will then be available to the Ukrainian government as a unit, with the right to return to Poland after they've done their rotation. If every European country did that, Ukraine would have several brigades.
Yes. I want to take us to the future, but first go back just to this morning. We heard from General Cavoli on this stage that NATO's transition from out-of-area operations, Afghanistan and the like, to fighting now on the European continent, reshaping those plans, thinking about those capabilities, represents a really dramatic shift for the alliance, and it's taken years to get there. So in this moment now, what is the next big moment we should be planning for? What is the blindness that you feel we have now that we'll look ahead to 25 years from now and think, boy, we really missed that?
Well, the blindness would be, I'm not necessarily saying that it is there, is the expectation that somehow Putin, this Putin, will stop. And I have a sense that it is in the room in some cases. You know, this expectation that, oh, okay, one day there will be negotiations and we'll prove to Putin, you know, that he cannot continue, that if he does continue, then blah, blah, blah. We were unable to prove that in 2008. We were unable to prove that in 2014. I don't think that we have any, you know, difference in our position to prove him now. That means that he will continue. And this is the message, and I'm returning back, then this is the message to the industry, this is the message to the electorate, in each and every country, and this is a message to all of us, that look, we are in this for a long run, and we have to prepare for this. This won't be over in 2 years where we'll be back into some reality, pre-war reality, you know, with Ukraine calm, you know, us calm, and then again, all business as usual. That's it. There's no longer business as usual. Or, I mean, there is business as usual in our case, in the Baltic case, where we've seen Russia for what is, yes. So for us, it is quite a natural state of mind, but it has to be wider. If we're expecting this, that is blindness. If we're expecting this, this is a mistake.
Mr. Johansson, and then I'll come to you, Minister.
I would say that if you look at, I agree, I mean, NATO is coming back to regional defense capabilities, and many of the countries, of course, Sweden now being a new kid on the block, are waiting eagerly to get our capability targets from NATO. Now, there are two parts that I think I would like NATO to discuss more, and that is looking at security of supply as a capability target, meaning that NATO could sort of decide where will we have in our sort of geography capabilities to ramp up production, or production of drones, or who should take that responsibility? Because today you give different capability targets. I would like to see that as you give them security of supply type of capability targets. That would be great. Then
more coordination, more alignment
coordination on that in
yeah.
terms of setting up a regional defense again. Then, of course, the interoperability question is huge. And if we cannot come to a new architecture where there is a real multi-domain operational capability which everyone in NATO can hook up into, it will never work. So that's also a big thing going forward, to make that happen. Those are the two things I'm thinking about.
Deterring Putin is a NATO job in Europe. And if we stay the course, I believe we can sort him out in a couple of years. The emerging threat, I believe, is in Africa. The Wagner Group has now been renamed Africa Corps, and Africa Corps is trying to take Tobruk again. The Russians have no business in meddling in Libya and switching on and off the mass migration to try to destroy the European Union from within through the political process. This business of Russian mercenaries taking over gold mines and other African resources and then destabilizing Africa using their own money. This has to end. But I believe that this is a job that could be done by the European Union, that we don't need to beg the United States to solve every problem for us. We should have a reinforced brigade operational as an EU rapid reaction capacity in a couple of years. And from what I hear from the Pentagon, that at last they see the logic of relieving the United States for other jobs in other theaters.
You made this argument in Foreign Policy Magazine recently. This is the 5,000...
up to 10.
Up to 10. And you think this could be operational within the next few years?
This is what we've pledged ourselves to do. We have a crisis center. We'll soon have a joint operations command. We have a defense budget of the European Union, wonderfully called the European Peace Facility. And I believe in the new commission we need a defense commissioner to ramp up production, mostly for the defense industry. Europe as Europe should be completely helpless.
This brings me to another question, and then we'll turn to you, ma'am. How confident are you in U.S. leadership? And what does the U.S. need to do to reinforce confidence in American commitment to European security?
I think that a lot has been done to reinsure that U.S. is interested in European security. Now what we need to do is we need a common approach from Europeans and United States when it comes to how do you ensure that it stays stable. The end goal, and it's the note that you hear throughout the conversation here. How do you make sure that Putin is no longer able to do and to repeat the things even in more brutal way? So this is yet what we need to achieve and to find consensus. I don't see any other way. I agree with Minister Sikorski what he says, that that Europe has to play a stronger role on its own, and that's definitely a fact. But Europe cannot act alone. And I don't think that any other major conflict globally, wherever that would happen, that U.S. could act alone. That means that we need these two pillars of transatlantic alliance working together, either in Europe or anywhere else, to support stability.
If you had to make the argument to the American people about why its investments in Ukraine matter for American security, Mr. Sikorski, what would you say?
Well, I could make it crude and say that you're selling us a lot of weapons made in the United States. But I would make it more strategically by saying that if Putin captured Ukraine and used the resources of Ukraine, both human and industrial, to go further, then the price of deterring him would rise. And Ukrainians are doing our fight so that Americans don't have to go to Europe in greater numbers. And also, if Ukraine wins, it'll send a powerful signal to the Far East that recovering what you might regard as a renegade province is much harder than you think. So don't do it.
Ma'am, please give us your name and your affiliation.
Hi, thank you so much. Erin Osborne with Radio Free Europe. And we've heard from Secretary Cavoli and Secretary General Stoltenberg today that there will be a Ukrainian Information Exchange or Joint Training Center in Poland. So a question to you, Minister Sikorski. Well, thank you all so much for being here, but to Minister Sikorski, how will that help deter Russian aggression and make sure that Ukraine is ready to stand on its own 2 feet? Thank you.
Well, I'm very pleased that JTEC, the Joint Analysis and Training Center, is coming to my hometown in Poland, which will be a second nature institution in Bydgoszcz. And we need it. It won't be big, but it's an analysis center. You know, this is the most up-to-date war, and it's re-evaluating many of our assumptions. You know, the role of drones has been transformational in this war. And we need to study it and then apply the lessons. And I believe that the people who will be, that in future it won't be us training the Ukrainians. Ukrainians will be teaching us.
Yes, indeed.
And JTEC, I hope, will serve that.
Sir, I'll come to you.
Yes, thank you. My name is Adam Dudash from Tilburg University. First of all, thank you for the insightful discussion. You've discussed the impact of Finnish and Swedish accession on the Baltic and its waters. But what about the high north? Does NATO need to reevaluate its strategy in the Arctic in light of melting ice crafts that are going to allow or are already allowing Russian naval assets to move more freely in these waters?
Ah, yes, the melting Arctic.
Well, Henry Kissinger once said that there is never a shortage of opinions in Poland. So let me give you my piece of wisdom on this. What a fool Putin is. With the Houthi attack on the Red Sea, with the problems in the Suez, he would now be making a lot of money servicing the northern route, the shortest sea route from Europe to the Far East. And instead, he's ruining his country.
Mr. Hansen, would you like to respond? Ms. Saab has some technology that's weather-built.
I think we're moving in the direction of looking at much deeper collaboration between the Nordic countries, so to say, in terms of how to at least have 24/7 coverage of what's happening there in terms of airborne early warning and all that. So we are doing a lot in that area, and we do have the expertise of how to operate in that Arctic condition. So us coming into NATO being the alliance, I think will mean a lot. And we're already seeing movements in that direction. So that's one of the capability targets that I hope that now we as countries in the Nordic will get. So yes, when we will provide technology to do that.
We are almost at time. I want to turn to each of you for a quick final word. What do you want folks to take away? What should they remember from this summit in this moment? What do you think is the key message that you want them to know from you?
It's very easy. Ukraine has to win.
Ukraine has to win.
NATO prevailed in the confrontation with a much more powerful Soviet Union. We can prevail again.
No, give Ukraine what they need to win the war, and industry is there to support. And the industry needs to give and sell and do contracts with Ukraine directly. We cannot only do donations, but I'm prepared to give everything we have to make them win the war.
Please join me in thanking.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jenna. Thank you, ministers, for this fascinating, wide-ranging conversation focused on victory at the end. Looking forward to seeing you all. Don't run too far. I saw a lot of determination, a lot of leadership in the last conversation, and it was very well summed up by a statement of we'll do whatever it takes not to be a Russian colony again. We are all having fun here, but we have another great panel coming, so please take your seats or set up conversations a little bit. Oh yes, this is great. Please take your seats, because we will now focus on a specific issue of Russia's ability to reconstitute its forces. And this conversation will be led by a good friend of mine, Henry Foy of Financial Times. Henry now serves in Brussels, but he has very good Polish roots. That's why he's my favorite FT journalist. Henry, the floor is yours.
Hi. Are we ready? Yes, we're good. Oh. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. It's really nice to be here and enjoy your air conditioning. It's tremendous to be out of that other room. We only have a short amount of time, so I'm going to get straight to it. We're very lucky today to have a great panel, two formidable women. Baiba Braje is the Foreign Minister of Latvia and, of course, the former ASG at NATO. Dara Masakot is the Senior Fellow at the Russia and Eurasia Program at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. We're going to talk about Russian force reconstitution, which is a real tangible thing. It's a real thing that's happening. It's a really important issue that I think doesn't get enough coverage at the moment while we talk about more theoretical ideas. Baiba, you have a frontline view of what's happening across the border. When you look at what Russia's doing to reconstitute its armed forces 2.5 years after the full-scale invasion, what do you see? What do you see? What are they doing differently now that they weren't doing before February 2022?
I think the big picture is pretty clear, that there is not one element, one instrument of power in Russia that would not be oriented towards the war.
Right.
So Russia's policy is war. And when we look at the military instrument of power, economic, politics, religion, education system, anything, it's all about war. Media, public, anything. So in that respect, I think it's on us to understand and to integrate that in our thinking and to really, and again, I will repeat what I said already yesterday at the dinner with our Ukrainian friends, is very clear that our problem is not support to Ukraine. We will get there. Our problem is Russia. And this war policy of Russia is not going to go away. So it's upon us to deal with that and to find a way how to degrade the military capability, economy, and so on and so forth. Because ultimately what the leaders have said is that the strategic objective would be returning Russia to peace, peaceful state. So if we put that in front of us, then of course in interim measures, whether it's containment, constrainment, whatever we will find in the declaration, using our instruments of power to achieve that objective. So that is ultimately, when we look at the big picture, is what is there. And then, of course, we are seeing that, yes, indeed, currently we have quite a number of bases at the NATO's borders. They are not back where they were before the war. Russians are fighting down in Ukraine. So in the short term, what we are saying is that there is no direct military threat to us. It's true. But it doesn't mean that Russia is not learning. Russia is learning, and it is integrating its lessons in Ukraine. It is changing its ambition. It is returning to a different command structure, at least on the paper. We know Shoigu's doctrine, the numbers, and so on and so forth. But for now, for the short term, there is no direct military threat to the allies, and helping Ukraine, strengthening our own deterrence defense, degrading Russia's capability is something that we just need to do.
Dara, you see bandied around sort of 5 to 7 years, end of the decade, as sort of a rough idea for when Russia might be able to get back up to a level where it was before. But are we missing the point when we think about numbers? We should actually be thinking about structure, capabilities. How's Russia going about it differently now?
So reconstitution is a little bit of the numbers, and there's also some qualitative aspects that I think we should discuss. So just for everyone, reconstitution is restoring a force to a sufficient level of combat capability. It's not just counting tanks coming off the line. It's also about personnel. It's also about proficiency in what they can do. So it's not how fast will Russia restore to 2022 levels And if we only count the tanks and the artillery, we're missing some of the story. We should also be asking ourselves, are they reconstituted, are they not? The question is, reconstitute to what? For another attack on Ukraine? For an attack on NATO? For a power projection into Libya? There are different requirements. But if we were to talk about the timelines, I think about three aspects. If we look at the equipment, based on their loss rate right now, based on the choices that they've chosen, the capacity that they have right now, I think 7 to 8 years is a good median estimate.
Right.
It changes a little bit depending on if you're talking about tanks, which is longer, armored vehicles may be a little bit shorter. The personnel question, yes, the lines are stable because they're using convicts, they're using foreign fighters. After the war, they're going to have some unresolved questions for recruiting and retention.
Right.
And then there's the issue of proficiency and learning, and that's happening now, but it's very much for survivability and lethality. The longer proficiency is something we'll know later. But I think last point, we should not assume that they're going to go back to what they were before the war. It's going to be different. They have changed, Ukraine has changed, we have all changed in various ways.
Yeah. It's interesting, Barbara, I mean, do you agree with that assessment, 7 to 8 years? Is that sort of what?
Different services have different assessments. There are those who look at the shorter term. Again, as Dar rightly says, it depends what you look at as a point of reference. They won't be going back to the spring of 22. It will be a different force. So it can be 3, it can be 5, it can be 7, depending what you take as an estimate. But again, it does depend on the success of Ukraine on the battlefield, and that depends on us. Huh?
So, because the reason we care, of course, is we have to be able to defend against what they might be able to do. We keep hearing that the war being fought in Ukraine is not the 21st century war we all thought it would be. It's more like a 20th century war. Is Russia preparing for both in the future? And are we doing the same? Can we? Is it possible that NATO can prepare for both the 20th century war and a 21st century war? How do we balance those two?
Well, it's both the First World War, Second World War, and the future war, because what we are seeing, I think it was the chair of military committee who said it's both mud and blood and bits and bots on the battlefield as we see it. So we see the use of most modern future technology. And our companies know it very well because quite a bit of modern tech, dual-use tech, whether it's drones or targeting or munitions and so on and so forth, are provided by our companies, and they are really working very closely with our Ukrainian friends and partners on that. So again, integrating that into our future thinking, I think, is crucially important. There is no sort of past battlefield at all if you take that into account. So you can have visuals that look like the past, but they will all be equipped with modern, very modern tech. So the electronic warfare has been taken to a new level. Lots of capabilities related to that have been taken to a new level. Private sector involvement, open source involvement, it's a totally different war. And that is quite likely what we have to look at depending on the threats that we see. So for that, I think we might need some adjustments among the allies. I don't think we are as flexible and as able and agile as Ukrainians. Still so many bureaucratic structures, procedures, standard operating procedures that we have to look at that also. So it's not just about the stuff, about the data, about the connections that we have, but also about the procedures and processes and TTPs, as you said.
That's really interesting, because I remember people talking about whether Russia was learning those lessons. Dara, have you seen examples of that Russia has actually become more flexible now in terms of how it deploys forces?
It is. So we've seen them make a lot of unexpected mistakes in the first 6 months of the war, and then that learning phase kicked in.
Right.
So I think something that we need to keep in mind, the Russians and the Ukrainians are coping with this every day, is just the pervasiveness of reconnaissance. Neither side can safely mass forces and attack each other. I mean, it's very difficult to even do rotations at this point. They're being disrupted. We're talking about food and water being delivered by drone. I mean, the nature of warfare, is, at least in the ground domain, is changing so rapidly. Electronic warfare is something I think we're still grappling with. NATO equipment works very well. Works very well at keeping crew alive. The precision is amazing, but it is very susceptible to electronic warfare jamming. And we're all learning that, our enemies are learning that about us, and we have to move forward.
I wanted to pick up on that. I mean, this idea that Russia's got a pretty good look at a lot of the weaponry that we're using, because we're giving it to Ukraine to use, but we're also getting a pretty good look at Russia's weaponry. When you had to assess the level of who's learned the most, where would you say we are, to both of you? Maybe Dara, if you want to start.
Sure. So from a strategic intelligence level, I think that Ukraine and NATO far and away have the advantage, just in terms of our understanding of intentions and how things are playing out in the battlefield. That advantage, just like all intelligence work, is not guaranteed. You have to fight to maintain, you have to fight for that access. Tactically, they're both, Ukraine and Russia, they're learning about each other, and the cycles of adaptation and countermeasures are compressing. They are very rapid right now. And just like we as NATO are benefiting from what Ukraine is showing us and teaching us, we have to think about the other side as well. Russia's allies and their partners are learning from them. And this is now a currency that Russia has to give to Iran, China, North Korea, that learning of our equipment.
Exactly.
And when people are, observers are looking at this, I don't know that there's any real surprises here that Russian equipment is not very good at keeping its crews alive.
Right.
But it is quite rugged and quite durable, and it is inexpensive. And so for people looking for that kind of capability, they like what they see.
Do you agree with that, Baiba?
Yes and no. I mean, there are, but I want to pick on a different point, that actually there is quite a bit we can do that we have done and we need to do, and that relates to Russia's ability to sustain the warfare.
Right.
So again, there are different angles to that. Russia is pushing its propaganda, that its economy is doing very well, that it will last, and so on and so forth. And when you look and scratch off that, propaganda is actually not.
Yeah.
And that does depend on us, because Russia is financing the war from the budget. The income in the budget has significantly decreased. Its own taxes, Russian-owned taxes, the tax base is much narrower. They depend on the oil largely for the income in the budget and other exports. And that is indeed upon us, how to deal with the oil cap, how to lower it, how to implement it, how to make it more efficient, plus all the other enabling capacities that it gets for its missiles. We saw the KH-101, it was FT, that put a nice table out on the components in that missile, largely Western. So there are elements across the board that we can actually really address, both the income in the budget, the ability to sustain the war, but also the components on the battlefield, what it fights. Yes, China is trying to replace it, but again, there are limits also to that.
And in terms of this reconstitution, are we seeing, Baiba mentioned it there, this reliance on Iran, China, other countries supplying weapons to Russia, or parts, I should say, no confirmation that China's sent weapons. Is that changing the nature of the way the Russian military-industrial complex works, or is it still so tiny amounts that they're still the same megalith that it always used to be? I mean, how is that changing how they build weapons?
The Russian defense industrial base has different quirks to it, to put it lightly. So they had to basically purchase a capability from Iran, and now they're building it in Russia, and they're scaling it up with respect to the Shahed drones. There's still many aspects about it that do remain mired somewhat in the Soviet past. But I think about what could change from the pathway that they're on right now that would cause them to reconstitute faster. Right now, Russia is choosing to maximize the factories that it has. It is not constructing new ones to refurbish tanks and artillery and things like that. That could change if that was important enough to Putin. But right now, he's managing a lot of different economic considerations and labor shortage situations.
Sorry, so Russia has not built a single new arms factory?
With the exception of drones. If we're talking about tanks, artillery, things like that, they are working triple shifts around the clock to maximize what they can put out. And the estimates are anywhere from 200 new tanks a month to upwards of 600-ish armored vehicles of various types. But most of the equipment going into Ukraine right now, 75% of it is refurbished Soviet-era materials being pulled out of bases in Siberia, and they are burning through that stockpile very quickly.
Wow. Baiba, we hear a lot about rhetoric from the Kremlin about every time the EU or NATO does something they deem to be escalatory, they'll reposition troops near to Finland or reposition troops near to the Baltic states. Do you see that happening in real time, or is this all just total bluff?
You mean the Russian troops?
Correct,
troops
the Russian
on our side?
The Russian troops.
It's largely empty. I mean, it's open source information, so I'm not really revealing any secrets here. But
feel free to reveal secrets if you want.
To our border and further down, at a helicopter base, Skov, Luga, it's largely maintenance of facilities and some minor sort of stuff. There's no increase, there's no sort of significant operations. That can change. Again, it doesn't require. Luga is 200 kilometers from our borders, with the armored vehicles, tanks, 50 kilometers per hour. That, if they want to fill it up and get to the border, that's 4 hours. So we are always on the watch out there together with the allies, and the investments that NATO has done with the new military strategy. And here I would like to pay the highest respect to our military colleagues who were the ones initiating and turning around the whole NATO's military instrument of power and creating the new military strategy and the DDA, what Secure was talking today about, and the defense plans, the exercises, the command structure, everything. So that allows us to be pretty sure that not only troops in place that we have now, but also the ability to have that situational awareness on the overall threat, and if necessary to have those rapid reaction forces are there to deter and if necessary defend. So our task is to ensure that we don't relax, but also that we apply our instruments of power to make sure that Russia does not succeed. Because at the end, it's about NATO security. It's not something abstract. Peace is not an abstract term for us.
Well, that's sort of what I wanted to ask. We're running out of time, but there's obviously a difference between capability and intent. And we talk about 7 to 8 years time to build up capability. Are there ways, Dara, to look at the way Russia is reconstituting and trying to derive intent?
Well, if we're talking about replacement rates for armored equipment, right now that is not sufficient to attack NATO in a very large way, but it could be sufficient to make another attempt at Ukraine.
Right.
And this is the pathway that Russia is on, and I want us all to be aware that probably within the next 6 months, maybe early 2025, the Russians are going to announce their 10-year rearmament program. And they're signaling that they want a larger army, and they're signaling that they want more drones and more first-person munitions. There's things that they can do to compress that timeline if they're willing to take domestic risks. So I think we should hold 7 to 8 years because nothing ever quite goes right in Russia, even when they want it to. Yeah. But there are choices that they can make if they wanted to take that risk and go faster. So I think that, to end on a philosophical point, if I may, this is a quote from a long time ago, but I think about it often right now, is that no man ever steps in the same river twice, for it's not the same river and he's not the same man. And I think about that with the Russians, and I think about that with NATO. Like, we're not the same that we were 2 years ago. Ukraine's not the same, Russia's not the same. We've learned so much about each other, and we need to update some of our assumptions in our war plans, in our procurement, in our intelligence, and our focus.
And the policy actions that we do, you reside in Brussels. The packages that the EUs that we do on restrictive measures, so-called sanctions on Russia, take miserably long. The negotiations that the groups that people have to go through is just pathetic. I'm sorry, really. The 26 ships that we designated now, carrying Russian oil, and I commend both your journalists who have done a fabulous job in bringing it out, the whole issue on the oil shipments that are insecure, but also violating the oil cap, all the rules. But also all the other work done by open source researchers on that. So we just need to get our act together, and we can actually make it. We are a border country. We see in our statistics everything that is going out and in through our borders. We see how the sanctioned goods decrease to Russia and increase proportionally to Belarus. That's why we did the sanctions packages to Belarus now. Not enough. Not enough. So there is more that we can do. It's about our security, and as long as I am foreign minister, my colleagues, foreign ministers, knows that I will be at it with them, and it's not going to stop.
There we go. That's a great message. Thank you so much. We've run out of time, and there are sadly no questions from the audience on this session. But thank you both to Dara and to Baiba. It was brilliant.
And thank you to the work your colleagues do. And
pleasure.
I mean, all you, you matter. You matter. You matter.
We all love each other. Great. Have a good forum. Shall we?
Henry. Thank you, Henry. Thank you, panelists. Another fascinating conversation with the closing questions about the capabilities which we know Russia will have versus the intent. Someone from my side of the world could remind everyone that Putin gave us very clear list of demands in the winter of 2021, what he wants to achieve. So I think we have also some notion of his intent. But to explore these issues in more details, I now would love to invite Luke Coffey from the Hudson Institute for conversation both with the President of Slovakia and then for the panel. Luke, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and for those of you watching online in Europe, good evening. Welcome to this event on NATO's policy towards Russia at the NATO Washington Summit Public Forum. My name is Luke Coffey, and I'm a senior fellow at Hudson Institute. Russia's large-scale invasion of Ukraine changed the geopolitical landscape in the transatlantic community in a way not seen since the Second World War. In its 2022 strategic concept, NATO described Russia as, and I quote, the most significant and direct threat to the alliance. To discuss NATO's approach to Russia, we have a very distinguished panel. However, before that, to kick us off with a scene setter, we are honored to have His Excellency, President Peter Pellegrini, the 6th President of the Slovak Republic, here to offer some opening remarks. So please join me in welcoming President Pellegrini to the stage. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is really my pleasure to be here with you today, shortly after my inauguration. On the occasion of the Washington Summit that takes place in the changing, rather unpredictable and thus increasingly dangerous world, as we commemorate the 75 years of this most successful defense alliance in our history. I am proud that Slovakia has been a reliable ally for the past 20 years, and we will be so in the years to come for the sake of security of our nations, of our neighbors, our continent, and the world. Our historical experience taught us that there is no better option to guarantee our safe place, security, economic and social development than this alliance. The engine of our success has been and remains as a commitment to democracy, freedom, and human rights, with a clear understanding where we belong. Our present and future is in and with NATO and European Union. Strong transatlantic bond built on a fair share by the European allies is the best collective approach to preserve peace and deter any aggression. My country's strategic interest has always been based on full respect for international law and rules, shared values and norms, commitments and obligations. In February 2022, following the aggression by Russia, which we have condemned as a clear violation of the UN Charter and international law, we stood by Ukraine. Our citizens opened their homes to people escaping Ukraine, and many of them remained on our soil. Ukraine must survive and preserve its own national identity, sovereignty, and territorial integrity. And as any other country, Ukraine must have the right to choose its own security arrangements. We will never agree with change of borders by force. For us, in the NATO eastern flank, an eventual collapse of Ukraine would have very negative consequences. Without any Hollywood announcements, Slovakia provides significant and stable support to Ukraine in many ways. We do it through NATO and European Union, but also bilaterally. We still belong to the biggest contributors of assistance to Ukraine, calculated per capita. As the only country, we have organized joint meetings of the Slovak and Ukrainian governments and developed a joint action plan of cooperative projects. And we just agreed a few days ago to have soon yet another meeting of the two governments on the Ukrainian soil. We are one of the most important providers of electricity to Ukraine, so crucial after the continuous attacks on its vital infrastructure. And as our electricity production doesn't depend on wind and sun, our supplies can and will continue also during the next winter. On top of supplies of non-lethal equipment, like demining machines, we have increased production of our own defense industry, including ammunition or howitzers, also for the need of Ukraine. To endure our collective support, we need the Slovak and the European public on our side. What are the lessons learned out of the recent European elections? How can we better prepare for the forthcoming elections, including here in the United States in this regard? We need to invest more into wide international understanding that we are not trying to disintegrate Russia, but to change its behavior to the one that fully respects its obligation under the UN Charter and international law and its OSCE commitments. And this will be also a powerful message also to G20 and BRICS members. Let me make clear, supporting peace, ladies and gentlemen, does not mean supporting the aggressor. It is up to Ukraine to decide on this. But a just, a sustainable peace acceptable to Ukraine is badly needed. And a just and sustainable peace can only be a peace based on international law. I wish to stress, to safeguard peace shattered by the Russian aggression, we, the alliance, must work on all options to be ready for all possible scenarios. Till peace can return to Europe, the alliance must be up to the task and responsibilities. It has to be the guarantor of peace, yet remaining true to its purpose of the defensive alliance. I am convinced the answer to today's topic, NATO's Russia challenge, lies with us. The future of security on our continent and our own deterrence and defense will be built on our own strength, on the ability to project power to deter any potential opponent, to test our resolve. We must be honest to ourselves. There would probably be only few allies meeting the 2% GDP goal if there was no war in Ukraine. The Article 5, combined with the strength of the United States, made us more relaxed on our commitments in the past. We have largely ignored the fact it is not only Article 5, but also Article 3 we need to invest in to be able to defend our countries until we can execute a collective action. This is where we need to deliver more. Imagine Russia would not attack Ukraine, but one of our allies. The question is, were we really ready for the collective defense at that moment? We have done a lot in the meantime, an unprecedented strengthening of our collective defense, but it is enough. There are still gaps such as air and missile defense that we must fill in to make our defense up to the task, especially in the eastern flank. We have here several defense ministers, and I wish to ask them, is our defense industry ready to ramp up the production? If we speak about air defense, we may have plans, but how realistic are they? Can we build it in 5 years or 10 or more? How much time does it take to produce, for example, to produce and sell 5 Patriot systems? Russia has managed to restart its defense industry. How much time do we need? It is evident 2.5 years have not been enough. We need to turn plans into reality, as our opponents do. And let us also not forget about the new. What are the lessons learned from this war? Drones, electronic warfare, keeping the technological edge, and the hybrid warfare that accompany this aggression. Are we already implementing this aggression? Are we already implementing these lessons into our plans and our forces? We have been meeting the 2% commitment already, but will this be enough? Is there a true political will to do the necessary? All those questions may be sensitive, uncomfortable, and absolutely necessary. And we need to find the answers and deliver on them, including in Europe, to send a strong signal to the United States that we are paying our bills and we are a solid ally. And, ladies and gentlemen, we should not shy away from the sensitive and maybe unpopular ones, including how to restore peace in Europe, how to make everything possible to have, again, peace in Europe. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Great. Well, again, good afternoon. We are now here with our very distinguished panelists to take this conversation another step forward to assess what the Russian threat is, what NATO needs to do about it, and how we can best be prepared to do this in the 21st century. To do this, we have immediately to my left, your right, Andris Spruds, the Minister of National Defense for Latvia. To his side, we have the Right Honorable John Healey MP, Secretary of State for Defense for the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. And last but certainly not least, we have Lieutenant General retired Ben Hodges, former commander of U.S. Army Europe and distinguished fellow with GlobSec. I'm going to turn to Secretary Healey first. You've been the Secretary of State for Defense since July 5th. 5 days. Yeah. I'm told you haven't slept yet. No, I'm kidding.
That's true.
In this time, you have already been to Ukraine, which I want to touch on that a bit later. But you've also, you're here now at the 75th anniversary NATO summit. It's truly hitting the ground running. I want to ask you first, though, about Russia and the new Labour government in the UK. How will the new government deal with the challenges and threats posed by Russia? And I know you don't want to get ahead of any defense review, but the Prime Minister Starmer said that a review will be carried out. Can you give us a flavor on what you think or how you think Russia might be factored into the thinking with the strategic review?
Thank you. I'm slightly awestruck, actually, to be in this chamber with such an audience, because the collective experience and knowledge in front of me is so much greater than my own. And so bear with me, but thank you for inviting me. I'm really grateful. So the Russian threat. Well, for those of you from the US, your president said at the NAC about an hour ago that Russia is our greatest threat that we face as an alliance. It has its sharpest, most immediate challenge in Ukraine. My first priority, the first priority of this summit and center stage is Ukraine. It's my first priority, was why I went in my second full day in the job to Odessa and spent the afternoon with President Zelensky and his team. But the Russian threat isn't just directed at Ukraine. You know this very well. In fact, we all in our own countries have had warnings of this. We've all had knowledge of this and experience of this for a number of years. So we face wider Russian aggression directed at our own democracies, from hybrid attacks to threats in the high north. And I think this is why this NATO summit in many ways is so important at this time. So this is the first time that we've had a NATO summit meeting with 32 members, which I think shows that NATO is bigger, stronger, more united than ever before. We meet also with the involvement of Ukraine and the IP4, which I think shows that as NATO nations, we stand together in support of Ukraine. And it shows also, I think, for me, the growing indivisibility between security and deterrence in the Euro-Atlantic and security and deterrence in the Indo-Pacific. And then finally, I suppose, for the UK, the new UK government at this summit, you'll hear Keir Starmer, you'll hear David Lammy as our Foreign Secretary. I'm afraid you'll hear from me as well as the Defence Secretary, that we will be a government that sets out determined to fulfil our NATO obligations, to secure our role as the leading European nation in NATO, and to make Britain democracy's most reliable ally across the world. So to link that to your, I think, third question in your set of questions.
My third question and my one question.
So we will follow up this NATO summit by launching a strategic defence review. That's the way that we get to grips with the threats that we face, the capabilities in the UK that we've got, the real state of our forces, the state of our alliances, and for all of us as governments also the state of the public finances we've got to work with. That will be launched by the Prime Minister shortly after the summit. We'll do that at pace, we'll do that properly, but that will be the way that we then set out the approach that we'll take to defence and security of the UK and our alliances for the years beyond that, and it will have a NATO first commitment right at the heart of it.
Thank you. Minister Spruds, a conversation about Russia at a NATO summit would not be appropriate if we did not include the important voice from the Baltic region. So that's why I'm very grateful that you've taken time out of your schedule to come here to speak to us today. Now, for years, of course, the Baltic states, including various Latvian governments, have been warning the rest of the alliance about the threats that Russia poses to the Transatlantic region. But it wasn't until 2014 that the alliance started to get serious about this. And frankly, it wasn't until February of 2022 that we started to see real action. So once again, the Baltics were right. We should be listening to the Baltics more. Looking at it from your point of view in your region of Europe, how do you assess the threat that Russia poses, not only to the region, but also to the alliance as a whole, and what should NATO do about this?
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me, I think, very symbolic anniversary summit, and also here in a public forum. I've been participating in public forums for years in a think tank community representative. Now I switch sides, but of course I'm always very glad and grateful to come back and of course discuss those very important issues for all of us. Yes, indeed, the Baltic voice is important, and thank you for including the Baltic voice as well in this discussion. We've been advocating taking a strict position on Russia for years. We ourselves have been experiencing hybrid attacks from Russia for decades. So that's why the threat has been quite clear what we are facing. We are facing Russia, the country which can change in every 5 years, in every 10 years, dramatically, but nothing changes in 100 years. So we pretty much see the same Russia. It's expansionist, it's imperialist, regardless what kind of regime we are dealing with. On the one hand, we might say that it is Putin's Russia, but we might also say that it's Russia's Putin. Basically, it represents those long-term resentments, ambitions, the expansionist moods, what we have seen and experienced for years. So that's why certainly we have to have a mindset that we have to deal with Russia, which is imperialistic and expansionist in a long-term perspective. So the long-term perspective approach, the mindset is important. And I think we are there, because we start always with a basis of how we think about, how we analyze, how we assess. I think the threat assessment absolutely is the basis how we build our policies upon. Additionally to this, apart from mindset, I would say another layer of mindset is that we should approach Russia, and I would say not only Russia, we should approach the challenging, transformative world also from positions of strength. Let's not underestimate ourselves. Let's not underestimate the strengths of our unity. Let's not underestimate the strengths of our democracies. Let's not underestimate the strengths what we can also put on a battlefield if we need to. We are the most successful collective defense alliance in history, and I can fully agree with those assessments. So that's why, of course, understanding and believing and also acting from positions of strength with Russia absolutely is important. What we should do practically, of course, that's also what the NATO summit is about. Invest, and it's about political investment, it's about financial investment, it's about investment, of course, in our armed forces, in our military industrial capacity, it's about societal resilience. So, of course, we open also other domains as well, hybrid security, cyber security, being resilient against illegal immigration, being resilient against any incidents against critical infrastructure, what we experience also in the Baltic Sea region, also in the Baltic countries. So that's why, of course, this 360-degree approach is pretty much also should be there, how we deal with strengthening ourselves, our own capacities, but of course also how we deal with Russia. When we deal with Russia, I would say the words like containment, constraining, countering, contesting, that we should, of course, constrain what Russia can do militarily, that it is not able to attack its neighbors, it's not able to undermine international rules-based order, that we are able also to contest globally. So when contest not militarily but also politically, also in terms of information, also in terms of strategic communication, because at the very end it's also about a global fight for the hearts and minds of the people. So the strategic communication absolutely here is a must as well. And it's not only with Russia, it's also with other authoritarian states which actually support Russia in its aggressive and assertive resentment, geopolitics and aggressive geopolitics. And of course also the countering, so we should be active how we deal with those things. It's not just about being passive and reacting, but also basically moving out and clearly defining those strategies. And last but not least, of course, now supporting Ukraine. Then now the international rules-based order is being defended in Ukraine. The values of democracy, the values of freedom are being defended in Ukraine. So that's why, of course, support for Ukraine, imposing strategic defeat on Russia in Ukraine is a must, what we should achieve and what we should aspire. And we should once more not underestimate that we cannot do it. We can do it. Thank you.
Thank you, absolutely. And for all the, yeah, well done. For all the think tankers out there, there is hope. Someday you're sitting out there. You might be right here.
But don't worry, I will move back at some point.
General Hodges, you bring a unique perspective to this debate. You took command of U.S. Army Europe soon after Russia's first invasion of Ukraine in 2014. You were instrumental in leading some of the very early efforts to shore up deterrence along the eastern flank. and for starting the early days of the training and the assisting of the Ukrainian armed forces soon after that illegal annexation of Crimea. But now you're a civilian. You view this perhaps differently from the outside, so to speak. You're not constrained as you would be being an official. So can you tell us your candid view about what the Russia threat is and what NATO should be doing about it?
No, Russia is at war with us, and we need to wake up. We need to acknowledge that they are at war with us. It may not be T-72s or Sukhois that are striking NATO countries, but they are absolutely at war. The GPS jamming, the sabotage, the interference in our elections, complete disregard for international law, selling oil on unseaworthy, unsafe, unregistered ships that they sell to India and China, which gives them money to keep buying ammunition and drones from North Korea and Iran that then they use to kill innocent Ukrainians. They are absolutely at war with us, but yet somehow we have a lot of people, including in this city, that are like, oh, you know, Russia, it's a great power. It would be terrible if the regime collapsed and they might use a nuclear weapon. And so our policy towards Russia seems to be avoid escalation, when the policy should be defeat Russia, help Ukraine, defeat Russia, knock them back. And that does not require one single American soldier, British soldier, Latvian soldier, not one, but it does require the political will of my president, all the other heads of state and government of the alliance to say this is not about helping Ukraine. Our policy should be protecting our strategic interests, which is to defeat Russia, make them live within their own borders. Otherwise, it's absolutely, we're going to have a continuation, exactly what the minister said, 3 years from now, we'll think we'll have a peace. They know that we'll lose interest and we'll be back at it.
Absolutely. Secretary of State Healy, I mentioned you returned from Ukraine, and I think on day 2 you were in Ukraine. You met with President Zelensky in Odessa. Anyone who's been to Odessa recently knows that it's a very difficult time in the city with the airstrikes and the impact on the electrical grid and just day-to-day life for the Ukrainians that live there. Prime Minister Starmer has made it clear that Britain's leading support for Ukraine will continue. And in fact, I believe you said that you're going to look at ways to expedite existing support and commitments to Ukraine to try to get that material to the front lines faster. Can you tell us a little bit about this and why coming into government, you believe that a Ukrainian victory is important to the United Kingdom?
So General Hodges just said, look, we need to view Ukraine in our own strategic interest. He's a general, he's got that strategic insight. I'm a politician, I'd put it plainly, because I don't think our public and our people fully and properly understand what's at stake here. And so some of the arguments I try to make in the UK are, especially on the campaign trail, which we've just finished, defense of the UK starts with Ukraine. And that's true for us, it's true for most of the European nations. It's relevant also to America's interests as well. And that's the case because we know that if Putin prevails in Ukraine, he's not going to stop there. That's even before we get at the truth that General Hodges just said, that Putin, without deploying the military against us, is already at war with all of our countries. There's a wider importance as well, because if Russia does prevail, then it says to other big countries around the world, you've got the scope too to try and redraw international boundaries by force, which reinforces the instability and the danger to us all. So fundamentally, that's a public argument we need to make more forcefully. Certainly in my country, that may be true in other parts of the alliance as well. So for a UK perspective, we've been bipartisan from the start. it was just 5 weeks before Putin launched his full-scale invasion of Ukraine that David Lammy, now Foreign Secretary of the UK, and I together went to Kyiv. And we were discussing the risk then of the threat of the invasion. And we told them then, if Putin invades, the UK will stand united with Ukraine. And I'm proud that that's the case in my country. I'm proud of our government, the previous government, not ours now, and the leadership that you've mentioned on Ukraine. And Keir Starmer and I are dedicated to developing that. So that's one of the reasons that I wanted to be out in Ukraine at the first opportunity, having been appointed. And I was able to say to President Zelensky 2 days in, and his team there, first of all, we will speed up the delivery of the equipment and military aid that's already been pledged by the UK. We will do that. We will complete that delivery within 100 days. So the big Rishi Sunak pledge in April, the largest UK package to date at that time, will be fully delivered within 100 days with a Starmer guarantee. The second is that I was able to require a immediate stock check of what we could offer, and we've been able also to provide an extra package of equipment, the sort of kit that they're using day to day and need in battle. I can give you some of the details. It's not big, but it's a sign of, an important sign, I think, for the Ukrainians that the UK commitment continues. And there may be a change of government, but there'll be no change in the UK's determination to stand with Ukraine or confront Russian aggression or indeed pursue Putin for his war crimes. The third is that I said to him, we will now work with Ukraine and we'll work with allies to work out how we can step up what we do to support. My view is that we need to see this in a much bigger picture, the sort of picture you were drawing of the Russian aggression, because too often we're focusing on the immediate military battle, the immediate military equipment needs, when if Ukraine's hand is going to be strengthened by us as allies, it isn't just the military help that we can provide, it's the political, diplomatic, economic support and pressure that we can put in Putin. And if Ukraine's going to be in a position to judge that the time may be right to pause the fighting and try and find some settlement, it needs to have the strongest possible hand in the strongest possible position, and that's our responsibility. And that finally, I think, is why, again, this NATO summit is so important. The unanimity behind very significant long-term multi-year commitments to support Ukraine, not just militarily, but also industrially, is so important. And if we do what we say, if we deliver what we promise, then we will be playing a big part in making sure that Putin in the end does not win.
I think that is music to our ears, hearing that in 100 days this equipment will be expedited. It's very much needed, of course. Keeping on the theme of Ukraine, Minister, I've heard you say a number of times, and just 5 minutes ago, say that Russia needs to receive a strategic defeat in Ukraine. Can you explain what that is? What is that strategic defeat? What does it look like?
Yes, of course. Again, one step back. We must remember what are the consequences of the Russia's aggression in Ukraine, and what are the consequences of how the war goes, and what will be the outcome of it. The consequence is that if Ukraine loses, it's undermining the international rules-based order, it's undermining our credibility, it's undermining our security. So I think the stakes are high, and this should be always remembered, which also means that we must have a very clear strategic goal, what we want to achieve together with Ukraine. We as a transatlantic community of democracies, of like-minded, what is the strategic goal? And strategic goal is not Ukraine not losing the war. The strategic goal is Ukraine winning the war and imposing strategic defeat on Russia. What does it mean? I think it's again clear. It's restoring territorial integrity of Ukraine. It is taking those war criminals accountable for their crimes. What just we've seen a few days ago as well, with brutal attacks against children and innocent civilians. It's also about financial repercussions. They're using the frozen assets. And at the very end, strategically, it's also about Ukraine becoming the 33rd member of NATO. And it will become 33rd member of NATO. How to achieve it? Of course, keeping the strategic ambition in mind, yes, we have to make also practical steps. Practical steps providing military support, and I think the financial commitments here also shows how seriously we take it. The Latvia, Baltic countries, we committed 0.25% of our GDP for military support to Ukraine. It is quite a considerable amount. It is for Latvian military or defense budget, almost 10% of our military defense budget goes in supporting Ukraine. And I think we should still consider even providing more. It is also, of course, about coordinating all those different activities what we have. We have a lot of activities. We co-leading together with UK a drone coalition. And I think it's an excellent coalition. There are other mobility coalitions. What we realize that we should also take steps faster, a more voluminous approach. Well, but we are also democracies with our procedures, so unfortunately sometimes things take longer than we expect. Last but not least, we should be ready to support Ukraine as long as it takes, being ready that the conflict must be or can be protracted as well. So be ready for it and support Ukraine, and I think the strategic goal of imposing strategic defeat on Russia will be quite realistic.
Absolutely. General Hodges, you've been one of the most outspoken supporters of assisting Ukraine, arming Ukraine. You were
obviously not very compelling.
Well, we have seen some progress on your focus regarding the long-range strikes, ATACMS missiles, trying to isolate the Crimean Peninsula. We've seen steps in the right direction. We haven't gone as far as I think many of us would like. We haven't gone as quickly as we would like. But practically speaking, what does NATO, and you can talk about the U.S. or individual countries inside the alliance, what do we need to be doing more of and faster to help Ukraine win on the battlefield?
If President Biden would come out tonight when he's hosting all his heads of state and government guests at dinner, if he would say, ladies and gentlemen, it is the policy of the United States, it is our strategic objective that Ukraine defeats Russia. And we're going to do every damn thing that they need so that they can do it. Not this empty, we're with you for as long as it takes, but we're going to do everything they need. That right there would be the seismic change that would lead to Ukraine actually winning. And that would be a crushing strategic defeat for the Kremlin. So far, they've been confident that the American president would not do that, the German Bundeskanzler would never do that, and unfortunately, a few other heads of state and government. So the first step is to say, that's our objective.
Yeah.
If you don't even say that's the objective, then you end up with, I must say, really bad policy decisions such as, okay, well, finally, after 2 years, you can have ATACMS, but you cannot use them against airfields from which murderous attacks are emanating against Ukrainian cities. That's terrible policy. Or this drip, 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 drip. Everything that we are providing Ukraine right now, you can see why I'm retired. Everything that Ukraine has right now for the United States, with the exception of Javelin, was a no for the first months of the war. I mean, you can remember, Luke, there was a time where we shouldn't provide Stinger because what will happen if a Ukrainian soldier shoots down a Russian helicopter with an American Stinger? They might use a nuclear weapon. I mean, that was the thinking. And so it's taken 2.5 years and tens of thousands of lives to get to where we finally are. And we're still underestimating Ukraine's ability to integrate new equipment. So at the risk of sounding like a broken record, make it our policy. This is our objective, strategic objective. And I mean, look, 8 months where nothing came from the United States. 8 months, Russia achieved nothing. All they could do is continue attacking Ukrainian cities. So they could not even exploit for over half a year, despite having all their advantages, they lacked the ability to knock Ukraine out of the war. They can't do it. Imagine if we had been providing everything that was needed with an aim to helping Ukraine actually win, and if we used all of our economic tools. I cannot understand why they are still able to get ammunition from North Korea, drones from Iran, parts from China, and your ships loaded with oil going through the Baltic Sea, which we control. Black Sea, we should still be able to stop it, but unfortunately we're not able to do that. And that oil goes to India and China. You saw the graph that came out the other day. The top 20 countries that are buying Russian oil, India, China, but also 10 European countries, including Germany, still buying Russian oil. Unbelievable. And that money is what pays for that Kinzhal missile that slammed into that children's hospital. So we're not serious. We have to declare that we want Ukraine to win because it's in our interest.
Yeah. Yeah, it comes down to we have to start wanting Ukraine to win more than we just hope that Russia might lose this war, and we need to start acting that way. Now, these gentlemen have very busy schedules. They rushed over here from the NAC, and they're going to be rushing directly back to the NAC as this ends, and I'm very mindful of the time. I want to make their schedules delayed. So with that, please join me in thanking our three panelists.
Ministers, thank you very much. I must say that this perhaps was one of my favorite sessions because it was a very clear-eyed assessment of the threat from Russia, also an assessment of the long-term nature of the threat, and of course we could count on General Ben Hodges to give us very specific ideas of how to deal with this threat. Right now, if you are watching us online, stay tuned for a couple interviews with NATO veterans, as well as a conversation with Senator Roger Wicker. And for those of you here, please join us for well-deserved coffee break. See you back here in half an hour. See ya.
Good afternoon. We were asked today to come and share some perspectives from the ground level as veterans of NATO operations. And although we can only share our limited perspective from our own personal experience, we want to do this in honor of all of those who have served on NATO operations and sacrificed over 75 years providing security for our 1 billion population. My name is Lieutenant Colonel Melanie Lake. I'm a combat engineering officer in the Canadian Armed Forces. I had the privilege of serving 3 tours in Afghanistan with NATO's International Security Assistance Force, and most recently commanded Canada's training mission in Ukraine, Operation Unifier, just prior to the full-scale invasion. I currently work with Canada's Ambassador for Women, Peace and Security, and I'm really honored to be here today with my distinguished colleague, Mario. Mario, can you introduce yourself?
Sure, thank you. My name is Mario Marquez. I'm a retired Marine Sergeant Major with 31 years of service. I first entered the Marine Corps at the end of the Cold War, so 1989. And I served all the way to the end of December of 2020 when I retired, and I stayed here in the Washington, D.C. area. I currently serve as the American Legion's National Security Director, America's largest veteran service organization. My time in the Marine Corps took me to places like Kosovo under NATO forces. I also served 4 tours in Iraq. I served in 2 earthquakes in Japan, 1995 and 2011, and I also served in the Middle East under Central Command, and I retired out of 3rd Marine Expeditionary Force in the Pacific. I'd like to close out my remarks by saying that I am grateful to the Alliance for invoking Article 5 after the 9/11 attacks when I was a young 31-year-old Marine in solidarity for the United States and on behalf of our nation. We are grateful for that, and we will never forget. So thank you. I'm glad to be here for this opportunity.
It's interesting that you start with 9/11. I was a young fourth-year officer cadet at our Royal Military College in my last year when, on that terrible morning, when we watched as aircraft crashed into the World Trade Center and the Pentagon. And in those moments, I mean, all of us, all we could think was, how do we help our American partners in this time when they're under attack? And I had a very similar feeling on the 24th of February of 2022, watching as Russia launched its full-scale invasion into Ukraine, where I had been just 4 months earlier, feeling that we need to do everything we can to help our Ukrainian partners as they defend their democracy and ours, and to enable victory and defeat of this unprovoked aggression. I was struck really recently by these images of President Zelensky meeting with a U.S. veteran on the shores of Normandy during the 80th anniversary of D-Day, and seeing them recognize that commonality in their fights against evil and oppression, and the courage needed to face it, and face it decisively. And I think we're reminded of how critical that is right now after seeing, this horrible attack on Monday against a children's hospital in Kyiv. As soldiers in the alliance, I think that those of us at ground level, we've always understood and accepted that great sacrifices might be required of us in the defense of our values, our democracies, protecting other nations' rights to self-determination, and deterring others who might be aggressors. And we stand very willing to do that and ready to do that. Finding ways to contribute for me when things go wrong in the world gives me a way to counter some of that frustration and anger that I think many young people are feeling right now watching world events. Mario, I know you have immense operational experience. What have you learned on your many tours working with allies and partners?
Thank you, Melanie, for that. I think I talked about my time in Kosovo, and that was my first exposure to NATO in a formal capacity. I was the operations chief for the 24th Marine Expeditionary Unit, and we quickly moved from our ships into Greece, Macedonia, and we began operating across southern and southeastern Kosovo. Our German, Austrian, and Swiss partners swiftly integrated us. They brought us on board, and we seamlessly began operations as if we had been working together for years. And I will never forget that, because we worked out so well initially that we began to do other things, such as interoperability training or staff engagements, marksmanship training, other types of humanitarian work that we were not planned for. And so what that did is the camaraderie and the bond that we build with our partners from the alliance had enabled us to just service the people of Kosovo much better. And I took a lot from that. I think the second thing, and probably the most vivid memories that I remember, is being in a convoy, in many convoys, and riding in the front seat. And we would share the roads with civilians. And, well, why would we share roads with civilians? Because the country was mined. There was mines everywhere. So the civilians would put their lives at risk by walking on the road between these big vehicles and feared stepping off into the dirt, because not every minefield was marked. And I never forgot those images. It was powerful, and it taught me to be compassionate and understanding. And then we would go into villages, and we would provide humanitarian aid, and the mothers would look at us with fear, but hope in their eyes that there would be peace and stability in their future. And the children would smile with kindness and just hope that they would also maybe grow up in a better place one day. And that's what I took away. It made me a better Marine. It made me a better service member, a human, and I employ all of that today, all of the time.
That's impressive, Mario. It was actually seeing that mine threat in the theaters like where you were operating that inspired me to become a combat engineer. I joined the military not long after the Ottawa Treaty was signed to ban anti-personnel landmines, and that was something I knew I really wanted to be a part of. And on my first tour in Afghanistan, I felt like I was able to do something that mattered at a local level when we were able to to destroy some landmines, clear some of the explosive threat in some small villages south of Kabul. I have, a lot of positive and difficult memories from 3 tours in Afghanistan. The camaraderie and that connection with the local population certainly stands as a positive, and it was remarkable seeing how we work together as allies, that allies and partners, that reassuring feeling of having air support come online, and it didn't matter what country it was from.
That's
you knew
right.
that aircraft had your back. And ISAF and the war in Afghanistan, that was a really defining period for soldiers of my generation, but also had, a profound impact on Canadian society as we were losing soldiers in combat. I did see there that NATO, as an organization, that we have the ability to collectively learn. And one important example, I think, was the evolution of our approach to mitigation of civilian harm. I personally struggled with memories of the fear on young children's faces that we encountered during some of the night raids that I participated in on suspected insurgent compounds. And I think through these difficult lessons and experiences, we realized that protection of civilians went beyond this need to adhere to the laws of armed conflict, that it was a strategic imperative, really core to our mission success, but also central to our legitimacy and our credibility as responsible military forces. And I think these are lessons that we can draw upon as we look next year to revamp our policy on protection of civilians. I think this is also really important as we're shifting our focus to deterrence and defense on our own territory amongst our own populations. And, seeing the images of Bucha and Irpin, understanding what even temporary occupation under Russian forces looks like, I think that, we have to reconsider some of these military concepts in defense, like trading space for time. When Kabul fell to the Taliban in 2021, I was in Ukraine, and I found it really powerful seeing how the veteran community and serving members around the world mobilized for those who mattered in that really dark time. And, so many of us who served there were left questioning, what was this all for? And it was Afghan women who gave me the clearest answer on this. They said to me that, this gave us 20 years to pursue our education, get jobs, be a part of public life here. And we've seen what our country can be, and we're not willing to give up on that. And right now, they are the fiercest resistance that the Taliban is facing, both at home and in exile around the world. And I think we really need to continue that support to them in this fight. Now, pivoting back to you, Mario. This week, the Secretary General published an op-ed that said NATO's main purpose is not to fight war, but to prevent it. And our experience taught us that the best way to maintain peace is to be prepared for war, that credible deterrence and strong defense. How do we get there?
Sure. First, I'd like to comment on your last segment you just spoke of. I'm really proud to hear of your experience. It brings back a lot of memories. It's healing. It's soothing to know that other people have witnessed many of the things that veterans from across the Alliance have seen and felt and suffered and worked through. To answer your question, for me, I've heard a lot of fantastic briefs, not only during the summit and the forum, but throughout. And I think it's important to discuss all those things. They are all matters of urgency. But my advice and my recommendation to every leader that is listening today, both partner nations and the Alliance, is to invest in your non-commissioned officer corps. Because without that mid-level leadership who is competent, able to make tough decisions in a decentralized manner, carry out commander's intent, whether it's in humanitarian missions or combat, those are the critical aspects of any successful military organization or alliance. You will never achieve your full aim without a competent non-commissioned officer corps.
I couldn't agree with you more. A big part of the training we were doing in Ukraine was focused on the professionalization of the NCO Corps, and that was, to them, that was a really important part of their journey of their reforms towards NATO interoperability. And I think, those senior NCOs have showed us without a doubt the value of that on the battlefield. From Canada's experience, as we stood up our Enhanced Forward Presence Battle Group in Latvia, which is now growing to brigade with 14 countries all working together, we're working through many of the complexities that come with interoperability. I mean, there's a lot of challenging technical aspects, like how do you get your radios to talk? How do you work through language barriers? How do you get your resupply? How do you resupply each other when you have all different systems? But, you know, we're doing a lot of work on this right now, figuring out how we really work together effectively and getting through those challenges so that we can work together effectively in crisis. And although there are many challenges, there's so much strength that comes in this many countries, you know, working together, united by a common purpose. It was a young Master Corporal on my training mission in Ukraine when we were training the 4th Rapid Reaction Brigade, he had just arrived, and we were training, and he said to me, "Ma'am, we'll go to war with these soldiers tomorrow." And I looked around, and all of our soldiers were wearing Ukrainian flags on their arms. All the Ukrainians had Canadian flags. And it struck me that, you know, the foundations of interoperability, they truly start at that most basic level with human relationships, friendships, bonds, and that understanding that comes from working side by side. One final note on this, I think that, you know, another lesson from Ukraine is around civil society and citizens, how they're integrated with their military. And I think there's a ton that we can learn around civil-military cooperation in total defense from Ukraine to strengthen our own resilience. And a shout out to the incredible role that women in civil society are playing to that. We're down to 2 minutes. Do you have any final thoughts?
I'm just blessed to be by your side. I really am. Look, for the leaders out there, the alliance, the partners, and even other people watching this throughout the world, we need to do a better job about incorporating our veterans from military to civilian life. If we start doing that, our veterans will be more productive citizens. We have a powerful voice. We impact and influence policy and decision-making at the highest levels. We need to do a better job about that globally. There's this thing called a military recruiting crisis. It's not an America problem. It's a global problem. And until the world starts taking care of veterans and including and showing them the value, including veterans and showing the world the value of our service, then we're going to continue to have those problems.
I totally agree. And I think it's the thousands of small acts every day interlinked together that create security. This is all about people and our connections. As a final thought, I think that our values within NATO are actually our strategic advantage. Our human rights, liberty and freedom, gender equality, these things are actually our best weapons and the biggest threat that we pose to authoritarian regimes. The fact that everyday life for our citizens is better in democracies, that governments are accountable to their people, and that our citizens are invested in their countries. But in order to defend these values, we have to live up to them. We have to be willing to defend them and fight for them, even when that's most difficult. But I think that's when we're truly at our best. We're seeing more conflicts around the world than at any period in my lifetime, with devastating consequences for civilians. And I believe that, you know, with this alliance, by courageously living up to our own values and defending them, authoritarianism and the defense of freedom. Thank you so much on behalf of both of us for this time today. We truly honor the service of all those who came before us, those who continue to serve, and we never forget those who gave the ultimate sacrifice for all of us. Thank you.
Welcome to the NATO Public Forum. I'm John Walters, President and CEO of Hudson Institute. I am very pleased to be joined by United States Senator Roger Wicker of Mississippi. He sits on the Committee on Armed Services in the United States Senate. And most of all, I think he has been the author of this report, Peace Through Strength, which is an analysis of the needs of the United States military, how to meet those needs with actual budget numbers. So we're not talking about talk, we're talking about actual dollars and building capacity. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you, John. Glad to be with you.
Thank you for your work. You released this report on how to maintain 21st century peace through strength. Can you give us a little idea about the key parts of this plan, because you're the author?
Well, the key parts of the plan are getting us back to 5% of gross domestic product, just like Ronald Reagan did. During the Reagan years, we stood the Soviet Union down by saying we're going to be strong enough that nobody's going to take us on. That's called peace through strength. That was Reagan beginning in 1981. So my plan is modern day peace through strength. And really it's based on everything we see in the news, but also the specific testimony that we've gotten from defense leaders and from people who actually are tasked within the Pentagon and within the administration to keep us safe and get the job done.
Yeah, as a think tank head, I read a lot of reports, government, and so forth. A lot of them are not interesting. They're not as specific. They're very general. I urge everybody, read this report. It's online. It gives you detailed analysis of weaknesses and how to fix them, which is most important.
Thank you very much. Well, we did put a lot into it, and I have to credit my staff for working through the minutia. But these are specific plans to build our Navy up where it should be, to rebuild our shrinking Air Force, and also to get us where we need to be on our munitions. There's so much that needs to be done, and of course this interview is taking place in connection with the NATO Public Forum, so we need to work with our allies and a great alliance we've had.
What do you see as the biggest shortfalls, and where do we need to make up deficits? The nice thing about the report, I think, is also it does near-term needs and threats and building a base for longer term.
Well, the principal shortfalls are in the Indo-Pacific, but also this report asks us to recognize, and excuse me for my voice, that we are facing an axis of aggression between Russia, China, North Korea, and Iran. And in regard to what we are being challenged by, what's going on in Ukraine, for example, it's Russia on the attack, but there's no question Iran is helping. North Korea is even sending assistance to Russia. And certainly Xi Jinping is doing everything he can to keep the West tied down in Ukraine so he can continue to build up in the Indo-Pacific.
This NATO summit is on the backdrop of burden sharing discussions, burden sharing and what allies actually owe each other and how they work as allies and not as dependents or protectorates. And that's a big debate in the United States. You've been a part of that debate. Can you say a little bit about how you think, where we stand? Are we making progress on burden sharing? How do we deal with this? Given the threat environment, it becomes more critical.
It is absolutely important, essential, that our NATO allies keep their promise that they made several years ago at a NATO conference that each country would spend at least 2% of their gross domestic product on national defense. Now, at first there were only a handful, really single digits of all the NATO members, and that was indeed troubling. Now we're up in the 20s, but there are some notable exceptions, and quite frankly, the leadership of the Senate, me included, met with Prime Minister Trudeau, our northern neighbor and one of our closest allies, yesterday, and we pointedly mentioned that they are one of the laggards when it comes to putting in money on their national defense so they can help the alliance. It's only about 1.5% in Canada. I can report to you that Prime Minister Trudeau said that they were going to unveil a plan later on this week, and perhaps it will come Thursday, Friday, but before the end of the week, to get Canada to 2% of GDP by the end, within a decade. So that will be helpful. Clearly, we're making progress. Clearly we're not where we need to be. But it is, I would have to say, the strong rhetoric, perhaps hyperbole, on the part of President Trump during his term of office and during the course of this election has been a wake-up call for our NATO allies. And so they're headed in the right direction. A lot more needs to be done.
And since the context here and allows speaking to the American people as never before, and a reminder, what is the importance of NATO as you see it? You have to look at the appropriations for the U.S. military. You have to work with our allies, but you see the overall threat situation. When you look at that, how do you tell your constituents what the importance of NATO is?
Well, the question is, who will lead the world in the rest of the 21st century? Will it be dictatorships like Iran, Russia, Communist China, North Korea, or will it be the great democracies of the West and people like them, like we're beginning to form alliances with in the Indo-Pacific, Japan, South Korea, the Philippines even, and Australia. So someone is going to lead in the world. Will it be the dictatorships of Putin and Xi Jinping, or will it be the United States and our allies? And that will determine what kind of world we live in. I don't want to turn this country over and the rest of this century over to my grandchildren in a world that is ruled by dictators. Democracies don't invade their neighbors. Look around. The countries that threaten their neighbors and try to change the borders by violent aggression and armed forces are the dictatorships of this world. And chief among them are this war criminal named Vladimir Putin. Absolutely, if Russia were a democracy, they'd be tending to their own business and seeking to internationally recognized borders that the rest of the world has agreed to abide by. Since we've had NATO, we've had a relatively peaceful Europe, and that has meant a relatively peaceful Atlantic alliance, including the United States and Canada.
Yeah, I think people forget that the combined GDP of America and its European allies, when they worry about being swamped by the economic power of China and others, we dwarf them out as far as you can see. We'd have to let them not wreck that.
True, except for this. China is increasing their defense spending dramatically, and that's why we have this report. We're getting. We are being overtaken by the dictatorships of this world. They don't have to spend money on school lunches, on social spending, on retirement programs, and we need to be absolutely mindful of what the witnesses in this year, last year, and the year before have told us, and they tell us this is the most dangerous era that we have faced in half a century or more. And so, yes, while we have the economic might, we're not spending a big enough portion of it on defending our future and defending freedom and democracy.
Well, I want to thank you again for this plan.
Well, John, thanks
for your leadership.
And thanks for the Hudson Institute. We really appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you, sir.
I hope that you all enjoyed a quick coffee break. I feel like people are still trickling back in. Please now join me in welcoming to the stage David Shulman for our next session, The Axis of Upheaval.
Okay, well, welcome back, everyone. Welcome to our panel on the axis of upheaval. We've had a bit of a last-minute change in moderation, so I will be acting both as moderator and panelist. And what we're here to discuss over the next 40 minutes or so is, we've discussed over the last couple of days, of course, NATO's successes in recent years and expansion, but it's critically important that we discuss as well what NATO adversaries are doing. Obviously, Russia, we've talked a lot about China, but also the role of Iran and North Korea, and what that means for the NATO alliance, what that means for the United States and for Europe. Just as Russia's invasion of Ukraine has revitalized cooperation and cohesion among the NATO allies, it's also spurred a lot more cohesion among Russia and its backers. We've seen the consequences of that in cooperation that's on full display in Ukraine, where the support Russia has received from China and Iran and North Korea has enabled it to sustain its warfighting machine, and we've talked a lot about that over the last couple of days. But that's really just the tip of the iceberg. We see their relations deepening in a whole range of different domains. They're increasing trade, all of these countries. Russia has become China's largest supplier of crude oil. Trade between China and Russia hit a high mark last year. Moscow is now Iran's largest source of foreign investment. And they're finding ways to work around the Western financial system in critical ways that undermine U.S. and NATO foreign policy tools, including de-dollarization. And of course, they're also deepening military cooperation. And we see China and Iran and Russia having held naval exercises just recently in the Gulf of Oman, and having done that now 3 years in a row. And they're also looking to expand their access to other countries. So this is a really critical domain that we need to dig into further. And we have some excellent panelists here today to discuss it from a variety of different angles. I'm happy to be joined by John Alterman, who's a senior vice president and holds the Brzezinski Chair in Global Security and Geostrategy, and is director of the Middle East program at CSIS. And we have Benedetta Berti, who serves as head of policy planning in the Office of the Secretary General at NATO. So maybe, why don't we get started and just jump in, maybe start with you, John, and give us a sense of where you think Iran is when they think about this axis that we're talking about between North Korea and China, Russia and Iran. How do they view it? How is it of utility to them? And where are maybe their concerns going forward?
Thanks very much, David, and thanks to all of you for coming. Very important set of discussions this week in Washington. It seems to me that Iran feels very isolated in the world and looks and talks about how much it shares in common with Russia and China. And one of the principal things it shares in common is it hates that countries aligned with the United States have non-kinetic means of coercion. What they would like to do is say, if you want to stop us doing something, we'll fight you. And that's a high threshold, and they have lots of asymmetrical tools to use, and that's the space they want to be in. When you start talking about sanctions, when you start talking about diplomatic action, from an Iranian perspective, that makes Iran more isolated, weaker, and they love the fact that they feel that both China and Russia share an interest in undermining the ability of the United States and its allies to use those non-kinetic tools. So they try to build that sense of commonality. They try to use China and Russia to defend them in international fora. I think the rub is that oftentimes the Iranians understand just how weak they are vis-a-vis China and Russia. China represents about 30% of Iranian trade. Iran represents less than 1% of Chinese trade. And the Chinese have a much bigger game to play. And they use Iran. And Russia has had a long and often difficult relationship with Iran. It's changed with the Ukraine war and with sending drones and other materiel. There is a tactical sense of partnership, but deep down, Iran aspires to be a great power. It knows it's not a great power. And the larger powers, Russia and China, find Iran disposable in a way the Iranians wish they can change, and they can't. So they try to build the common practice of undermining sanctions, undermining the kinds of collective action that the US and its allies work on, while they desperately try to build leverage against these great powers who, on the one hand, they need, and on the other hand, consistently disrespect Iran and use Iran to further their own goals vis-a-vis the United States, the West, and others.
I think great points, and I think the fact that you started, or at least centralized your comments around Iran's desire for this axis to fight U.S. centrality in the global system and to push back on the United States generally, that's very similar to, I think, China's view of this relationship, specifically with Russia, but also with Iran and with North Korea.
There is this concern about U.S. hegemony.
Yeah.
And they feel that if you reduce international affairs to how do we undermine U.S. hegemony, not only do the Russians and the Chinese and the Iranians share a view, but then you start to bring in this whole sense of a global South, a very diverse and disaggregated group of people. But if you can put it in terms of undermining U.S. hegemony, those are the sort of common terms that Iran finds very, very close alignment with Russia and China on.
Yeah, I mean, from the China side, there is definitely of value in terms of more the security space, in terms of how to push back on the United States in terms of relationship with Russia that has bolstered China militarily in terms of the trade that China's gotten from Russia for years for defense equipment. But in addition to that, the deepening of military exercises with Russia, that has been of great value to China, a PLA that has not had a lot of operational experience, more joint training with Russia, that has been of great value. And there's the potential for deepening collaboration on cyber, on military AI, on intelligence, of course, and on potentially getting even more in the way of advanced technology for defense that China wants from Russia. So there's that aspect, and then there's also the aspect of China hoping that the U.S. and NATO and other allies having to worry about a potential contingency where you have to worry about the China, but not just China, also Russia, also North Korea and Iran, undertaking actions at the same time that complicates planning for the Pentagon and for other defense planners. That, I think, is of great value to China in the security space. And then more broadly, this sense, and we've discussed it at the summit over the last couple days, that you can't divide Asia from Europe, right? So I think in Beijing there is a sense that if Russia were to succeed in what it's been trying to do with its brutal invasion of Ukraine, if the NATO alliance and the United States were to fail in pushing back on that, that would have fundamental consequences for any kind of contingency in Asia over Taiwan, over the South China Sea, and China could be more confident that there would not be a robust response from the alliance.
And there's a very important way in which Asian countries look at how the world deals with Iran, and thinks that that's how the world will deal with an Asia contingency. Asian countries have profound energy security interests in the Middle East, and therefore the extent to which you can work through allies and partners and provide security, that gives you security not just for Europe, not just in the Middle East, but it extends to helping provide security in Asia.
Benedetta, I want to come to you. So how does, from your perspective, NATO, the alliance, the members, view this emerging axis in terms of the interests and how it affects the NATO alliance itself?
Yeah, well, I would probably agree with a lot of the points that have already been made, but maybe just to start framing the discussion, I think in the 2022 strategic concept, so a couple of years ago, NATO already recognized what it defined as the growing strategic alignment between the People's Republic of China and the Russian Federation. Now that trend remains very much part and parcel of how we look at the security environment today, but I would say that as of 2024, the scale and scope and just intensity of that relationship has grown in a way that wasn't perhaps forecasted in the 2022 strategic concept. And now really we're looking much more at what does concerted action and increasing strategic alignment by the PRC, the Russian Federation, Iran, and the DPRK look like, and what's the impact on Euro-Atlantic security. To make a long story short, I think you need to look no further than Ukraine to see how this all crystallizes and comes together. And that as a test, both for the resilience of Ukraine itself, but also for the future of European security and global security at large. And in terms of what are their concerns, what are the trends that we pick up in Ukraine, and what are we learning about it? Well, first of all, we see these actors amplifying each other hostile narrative in a very systematic way. And that's something that, of course, it's part of the knowing that the information space is really important when we talk about deterrence and defense in a 21st century. That's an issue of concern. Another issue of concern is that, of course, we see these four actors working together to try to minimize the impact of our foreign policy tools. For example, to hold Russia accountable and to try to constrain its war machine, including by circumventing sanctions. So that's, of course, a very significant issue of concern, especially today, where we know that the PRC is the largest enabler of Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine today, and really key to how the Russian Federation is reconstituted, its military instrument of power, and why that's working out at a faster pace than anticipated. So that reciprocal enablement is, of course, a very strong issue of concern. That goes also with, that's not just an issue between the PRC and Russia itself. We also see, as was mentioned, the Iranians supporting the Russian Federation through drone technology, but Iran gets something in return. And the same is true for the DPRK. Just as important, I think I would highlight the trend of authoritarian learning, mutual learning. And I think you have to look no further than the recent example from the Iranian strikes against Israel, in which they use a large combined swarm of drones and missiles in a way that very much resembles what the Russians are doing in the Ukrainian theater. So these two theaters operationally are more and more linked, and that's a cause for concern. The more these actors learn from each other, the more, of course, we have to be concerned. And then at the macro level, there is what we defined already in 2022 as a pushback against the rules-based international order and the attempt to promote an alternative authoritarian model of global governance. So all of this together, I think, are just one of the many reasons why what's happening in Ukraine and the stakes are so incredibly high. And the concern, of course, is the more the Putin's war of aggression is seen as succeeding in Ukraine, the more these actors will be emboldened. And that's why for Ukraine to prevail is for us one of the most important, if not the most important test for the future stability of the Euro-Atlantic space. In terms of what we're learning, I will say very much agree with you in terms of this highlights the interconnectedness between the different theaters and the fact that we might wish to separate, but our adversary are not going to play that game, and they're rather driven by opportunism or strategic logic. They're going to try to create strategic dilemmas simultaneously for us, and we need to prepare for that. Maybe 30 seconds just to say that since you asked me to highlight the concerns, yeah. I did that. But I also want to say that these actors working together are, yes, a reason for concern, and yes, their strategic intent and actions are growingly convergent, but they do not have anything that resembles the type of alliance that we have with NATO. In terms of institutional, in terms of force structure, in terms of military might, economic heft. So we need to also remember that. And when we work together with our Indo-Pacific partner, then we're talking about 60% of the world's GDP and military might. So yes, it's a cause for concern. No, it's not a cause for panic. Yes, it's a cause to double down on the rebuilding of our military instrument of power and on that cross-theater solidarity that we see at play this week in Washington.
And if I could just add to that point, you know, one of the interesting things about the way that these countries engage with each other is they're constantly calibrating how close should we be, how far can we be. There isn't the sense of common purpose. They have some shared strategic goals. They have a whole number of goals that don't overlap. And I think there's more agility within how these countries are really willing to sell each other out all the time because they are in it for themselves. And one of the things different, you know, listening to Netta talk about how the alliance works, you know, we are in it together, and there's a way in which this isn't an alliance. This is a pickup game. They can help each other. They sometimes pass to each other. They sometimes don't pass to each other. They sometimes let him take the hit. And it just operates in a different way, and it I think is difficult for us, but I think we also need to recognize that for all that these countries are together, you can also pick them apart on different issues. And certainly with the Iran nuclear program, there was a time when both Russia and China decided it's actually constructive to try to put the Iran nuclear program in a box, and that time has changed. But there are times when you can bring these countries together and work with them.
I agree with that. I think I want to make clear, though, from at least my perspective of where China sees this axis, and especially the Russia relationship, that while it may be, you know, at some level a marriage of convenience and based upon alignment of interests that are potentially temporary, there is such a deep and I think abiding level of congruence on how they're looking at what they're trying to achieve, not only in light of undermining the United States and undermining kind of NATO, but I think also, and this comes back to what Benedetta was saying, the fundamental drive to transform the current global order is really at the heart of what China wants to do in the next 5, 10, 15 years. And for them, that is essential to China, you know, establishing itself really as the central economic and technological player globally. And these actors are, just one second, these actors are really central to that because China is, and we've discussed it a little bit already, is kind of China as the benefactor, right, for Russia and for Iran and for North Korea and the destabilizing actions that they're taking. China's playing a kind of a neat trick now where they are supporting these different actors as basically agents of war and chaos and upheaval. And then, you know, a day later, coming out and saying, okay, now we're going to play the role of being the peacemaker. We're going to play the role of being the stabilizer. We're going to propose a 12-point peace plan for this conflict that we have helped to create by continuing to support Putin's war machine. And then beyond that, also proposing, okay, now we have ideas for a common future of shared destiny for mankind, the Global Security Initiative, the Global Development Initiative, the Global Civilization Initiative, these grand ideas, which are ideological at their root, that are meant to fundamentally transform the order and put China at the center of it. And it's not really possible without partnership from these other destabilizing actors that can make everyone stand back and say, oh, you know, this order is unstable, it's not working anymore, and the United States can't do what it used to be able to do in terms of preserving the peace.
And it seems to me that fundamental to the Chinese notion of world order is world order is predicated on bilateral relationships between states, where China is stronger than every bilateral partner except for the United States. And as they look at a map of the world, that's a nice way to be. I think it is important not to underestimate how much distrust is between the Chinese and the Russians, how much disdain the Chinese have for the Russians. I've had some really interesting conversations with some Chinese about, the Russians are drunk and they don't work hard and they're not serious and the place is falling apart. I mean, the Chinese are happy to jump all over how inept the Russians are. The Russians are useful, but let the Russians take a hit from having a confrontation with the West. The Chinese will trade, the Chinese will build win-win solutions, they'll build these big international conferences, right? Let the Russians do the aggression part, and ultimately, I think as there's a huge power disparity between the Chinese and the Iranians, there's a huge power disparity between the Chinese and the Russians, and I would bet the Chinese don't lose a single opportunity to remind the Russians, and the Russians don't go a single day wishing they didn't have more leverage against the Chinese, desperate for leverage against the Chinese, and knowing the Chinese would sell them down the river in a New York minute if it became convenient.
If I may, I would just point out that over the last year, so compared to, let's say, the Vilnius summit, where we had a similar discussion about where we were in terms of the relationship between the PRC and the Russian Federation, things have changed, and they've changed quite substantially, and there is now a past dependency. The level of PRC support for Russia's war machine to enable and energize and allow to reconstitute its defense and technological industrial base is now the most critical enabler. And that is really important to underline. So it is really, we may have very intellectual discussion about whether we want to call this a marriage of convenience, a strategic alignment. The reality is today Russia is able to fight its war in Ukraine and reconstitute its military instrument of power at the speed and scale it can because of the provision of dual-use goods from China. And I think that's an important point that we are discussing this week. And one of the issues that you will hear leaders discuss is exactly what should be our response. Is it reasonable to have a country that on the one hand wants to trade, wants to be treated like a normal and respected member of the international order, and on the other hand, it is their financing the largest full-scale war of aggression, illegal war of aggression that we've seen in generations. And perhaps there has to be some type of signaling that it's difficult to have your cake and eat it, and consequences must come to
You went exactly to where I wanted to go, which is this notion of forcing China to choose, as the Secretary General and others have said, because China is different in many ways, but in this particular way, different from the other three countries that we're talking about in the sense that they do want to portray themselves as a force for stability and peace, as a responsible player, and they do want to be able to continue to have productive relations with Europe and with developed countries for economic reasons and for other reasons, unlike, arguably, but correct me if I'm wrong, Iran and Russia and North Korea, which are quite content to kind of be, accept that there's not going to be any deep integration with the West or benefit from engagement with the Europeans. And the question, I think, is, can China get away with that? Will there be costs to China trying to have it both ways?
The last Iranian reformist president, Mohammad Khatami, had this big idea of the dialogue of civilizations. And there was a big Iranian idea that, in many ways, maybe planted some of the seeds of some of the the Chinese global initiatives and all these things. You now have a new reformist president in Iran. I don't think the reformist president in Iran has any power to make the kinds of changes the rest of the world cares about. But might there be language coming out of Iran that would try to imitate that, to move into some of that space of let's just talk about this, while acting in deeply malign ways.
Yeah.
But I think we might see Iran pick up some of the language as part of its recent political impact. Whether that matters either for China or for Iran, I don't know. I don't know if you think that any of these global Chinese initiatives are meaningful at all, either practically or even in terms of information, whether anybody takes them seriously.
I mean, I think people do and should take them seriously, even if they are, kind of fluff language that you have to kind of dig into if you want to try to get to, okay, what is the meat of this? What does this mean? Understanding how these kinds of phrases and these kinds of initiatives, including the Belt and Road Initiative, have shaped China's grand strategy and foreign policy approach, especially in developing countries, over the last 10 years. I think we make a mistake if we dismiss them as meaningful, because I think China now, in the way that it has for years referenced the Belt and Road Initiative in most of its engagements with countries across the developing world as well as in the developed world, it's now referencing the Global Security Initiative and the Global Development Initiative, et cetera. And it also underscores the fact that what China is trying to achieve here is ideological, right? I mean, it is a transformation of the order to one that is, China at the center, not U.S.-led. But inherent in that is what China puts forward in these initiatives, which is, no focus on individual rights, of course, or democracy, a focus on sovereignty, which, of course, we know that China itself violates by its support for Russia. But, all these other principles that are baked into a notion that is, countries such as Europe and the United States should not be lecturing other countries on how they run their own systems. And one system, authoritarian, is just as legitimate as another. So in that sense, I think we should take them seriously.
And certainly there's enthusiasm in the Middle East, not only in Iran, but in the Gulf and Egypt and elsewhere about Belt and Road and what it means for them. And I think it's important as we think about the alliance that there isn't a Western strategic vision that's attractive either to people in Iran or even throughout the region. And certainly the Gaza war has created even more fissures between the region and for countries like Iran that say we're part of the resistance to what's happening in Gaza. It gets them support throughout the developing world. And the Iranian strategy under President Raisi, which was let's look more toward Asia, look toward regional partners. Let's stop chasing the West, and let's support these agents of resistance. That strategy, from an Iranian strategic perspective, I think most Iranians think it's worked really well. Mm-hmm. And the Western alliance hasn't come up with a way to undermine it.
Yeah. Well, we have a few minutes left, and then we're going to come to questions. So I encourage people to start to come up to the mics if you have questions for our Q&A session. But before we get there, and you were starting to take us in this direction, John, I want to start talking about, what should the NATO alliance be doing in terms of pushing back on this budding axis, if we want to call it that, among these adversaries? What is, essential both in terms of our response to those adversaries, and then what is essential in terms of trying to ensure that the key swing states that we're looking at in the international system, your Brazils, your Saudi, your Indonesia, all these kind of key countries that may determine kind of where the future order goes, make sure that they feel invested in some version of a current order that maybe does need to transform, but we don't want to necessarily buy into what China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran are offering.
Maybe we can start with what we are doing, because we are actually doing a lot. But let's start with Ukraine, because I think maybe I will repeat myself, but I think it's worth doing so. Right now, Ukraine is the test case. It is the laboratory for authoritarian learning, authoritarian cooperation, and the stakes there are incredibly high. That's why I go back to Ukraine. There are very different paths for our future. One is where Ukraine prevails as a sovereign, independent country and is vindicated in its fight for freedom. And that's a world in which there is a powerful lesson sent to Beijing, sent to North Korea, sent to Iran, sent to Russia itself, of course. And that's a message that, of course, supports the global rules-based order, supports the beginning of the rethinking of a European security architecture, which right now it's on live support because of Russia's brutal war of aggression against Ukraine. So if you want a strong first policy proposal, and that's exactly what NATO, the alliance is doing by supporting Ukraine, is first of all, Ukraine must prevail. The war of aggression must fail. These authoritarian actors need to see that using force does not pay off. And that's really important because the alternative, one in which Putin's war of aggression is successful, is where these actors become even more emboldened, even more brazen in their actions. And we already see it in the last year with Iran's destabilizing role in the Middle East, support for terrorism, non-proliferation concerns. We see this in the Korean Peninsula. We see this, of course, with the PRC enabling Russia's war of aggression. We see this with the Russian Federation itself, which is now stepping up its hybrid activities in our allied countries. And you will hear statements from allied leaders this week expressing not just concern, but also our response options to make sure that we build resiliency and counter this hybrid attacks. So first of all, Ukraine. Ukraine must prevail. These actors must understand that aggression will not pay off. In addition, we are, and you will have heard this, I think, throughout the day, in the midst of the largest reinforcement of our deterrence and defense posture in generations. This is part and parcel of how you communicate, resolve, and credibility to these adversaries, because I don't think we must be naive. The main language that Putin understands is power.
Yep.
And we need to be, and that's why we have such a key task to rebuild and re-energize our defense industrial base and our military instruments of power. So we're doing that. We're also working on resiliency of our infrastructure, supply chains, of our societal and democratic institutions. All of this is so that we are better placed to respond to these coercive hybrid tactics by these authoritarian actors. And we're doing that not alone. We're doing it as an alliance of 32, but we're doing that more and more with our partners. And it's not a coincidence that tomorrow there will be a session with our partners from the Indo-Pacific, Australia, Japan, the Republic of Korea, and New Zealand. Again, this is what transatlantic and Indo-Pacific solidarity looks like, not just in supporting Ukraine, but in pushing back against authoritarian aggression. And of course, we also have multiple partnerships in the rest of the world, working with countries that are interested in cooperating with us on issues like counter-disinformation, countering hybrid threats. So there is a lot that we are doing. I'm looking forward to hearing what more we can do, but I think we always have to we have to start with recognizing that we recognize the reality, we're responding and adapting to it. And possibly, again, I'm going to be boring, but the most important thing we can do today is ensure Ukraine prevails as a sovereign independent country. That is the lesson that we want to send to Beijing, to Moscow, to Pyongyang, and to Tehran.
I couldn't agree more. Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks.
Absolutely agree. John, anything to add?
I think there are any number of ways in which the actions of countries like Iran and North Korea threaten the interests of countries like Russia and China, and we can find ways to cooperate on what we can cooperate on to constrain the bad things that Iran is doing. For example, Red Sea security affects China in a pretty profound way because so much of Chinese trade passes through the Red Sea and through the Suez Canal. China cares a lot about Egypt, and China has a lot of investment in Egypt, and Suez Canal tolls, which are a huge source of revenue for the Egyptian government, are down 50% since the beginning of the year. I think there is a case that can be made that China should be playing a more constructive role, not to help some broader international alliance, not to join, not to bolster the United States, but to advance Chinese interests and call out China for not doing it, to call out China when it does the right thing. I think, say on the Iran nuclear issue, we had support from Russia and China for the JCPOA. I think there are ways to make it about less than global hegemony and more about these countries' interests, and just be clear about you're hurting yourself, you're hurting everybody, you could play a role, be responsible. And I think that there are ways that Europe can work with the United States to make clear to Russia and China that there are rewards for doing the right thing and costs for doing the wrong thing. And we should find ways to, again, you don't have to agree on everything, but there are some things, they're not in anybody's interest, or they're certainly not in Russia's interest, or certainly not in China's. When energy costs go up, that's good for Russia. It's really bad for China.
Yeah, I agree that, I mean, I think the fundamental way to approach this, at least when it relates to China, is not trying to create wedges between these countries, because I don't think that that's going to work, but to basically change China's calculus such that they start to understand that their interests are going to be better achieved not by aligning themselves with countries that start and lose wars. And I think that that's, and that they're not going to get to this position of centrality in the global system and be perceived as a responsible player by doing this. The problem at this moment, as we kind of have said already, is, you know, that China at this point is making these decisions in terms of its support for some of these countries and its position on things such as Iran's support for the Houthis, based, I think, more around what might hurt the United States and hurt NATO, not so much what might be not convenient for Chinese interests, such as shipping through the Red Sea, right? We can talk about the extent to which China actually put pressure on Iran, but I'm betting it was pretty minimal. So, I mean, that I think is the challenge, is that we're not necessarily framing this, as the Chinese would say, in Cold War terms. Mm-hmm. It's China that is looking at the United States and is looking at NATO from through that lens, and how do we deal with things given that reality. Oh, we have a question. Great. Please share your name and your affiliation.
Yes, hi, I'm Nick Locker from the Center for New American Security. Dave, I wanted to ask you a little bit about how China is viewing the deepening relationship between North Korea and Russia that we've been observing, you know, really since the onset of the February 2022 invasion, with North Korea's military support for Russia's war against Ukraine, and then, you know, we did just see Vladimir Putin visit Pyongyang recently. So just, you know, I assume that this has some implications for China's outlook on the region more broadly, but I'd be curious to hear your thoughts on that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That's a great question. You know, as you know, I mean, China has long-standing relationship with North Korea. North Korea's only formal treaty ally going back to 1961. And I think, you know, when we look at how China views this burgeoning tightening between Russia and North Korea, as you mentioned, we have this meeting between Putin and Kim Jong-un in Pyongyang. They had a new announcement of a defense pact. I think on the whole, China is uneasy about this development between Russia and North Korea. I think there's a positive in the sense that obviously we've seen where there's indications that North Korean missiles and other support are going to Russia, and from China that's probably all to the good. But in terms of China's ability to have sway over North Korea in the determination and the decisions that it makes, that potentially gets diminished by Russia and North Korea deepening their ties. And I think, you know, China, as we've discussed, kind of views itself as a more responsible player in these other countries that it's dealing with as the risk appetite, ones with high risk appetite, and doing things that might be dangerous. And when you look at the Korean Peninsula, right on China's border, I think the notion of Russia and North Korea getting closer and potentially making decisions that are risky, that damage China's security, is of great concern to China. Potentially Russia even giving North Korea advanced technology that helps North Korea to further its nuclear development in ways that could create even more security hassles for China in the region. So on the whole, I think China is watching this warily, not terribly happy about it, but there's not much they can do about it, to be honest. And I think the question that I've gotten about this is, well, is this an opportunity to create a wedge there between these countries? And I don't see that at all. I think it's just something to watch and wait. But it is an indication, as we've discussed, that there are these. This is by no means a smooth relationship between these four countries that we've been talking about.
No, I would agree that smooth is possibly not the word that comes to mind, but I think still the reality is that it is further along than what we would have, I think most analysts would have anticipated before 2022 and the beginning of Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine. And that also, when we look at the DPRK-Russia relation, and there are, of course, very serious concerns, as you highlighted, about what would, in the future, or even a very imminent future, the North Korea get in return for the significant military support that is providing to Russia, and what would it do in terms of stability in the Korean Peninsula, what would it do in terms of concerns over non-proliferation, and more broadly, what would it do for the stability of the Indo-Pacific theater, which, as we know, is incredibly important to global stability, global prosperity, and of course has also direct implication for the security of the Euro-Atlantic area, being such a central domain of growth, development, and competition. So it is a very, I think, concerning development, and I would agree that maybe not everyone in this quote-unquote axis, which is a word I'm a little hesitant to utilize, but maybe whatever you want to call it, strategic convergence, not everyone may be enthusiastic about it, but yet none of these actors is taking active steps to slow down the cooperation or undermine it or call it out in international fora or, frankly, support sanctions to North Korea. So I think that again, we see that despite the fact that there may be baked-in frictions and disagreements for the time being, the broader strategic direction of trying to undermine the United States, NATO, and its allies remains, I think, the dominant consideration. That's something that we need to take on board and reflect upon and adjust our posture and actions accordingly. But, of course, it's something that we need to keep a close watch on.
Yeah. John, anything to add in terms of the Iran-North Korea relationship and how you think that is developing or not, or where's the kind of runway for that to kind of become? Well,
they talk to each other, and you know, a former Iranian foreign minister was gleefully telling me about the advice he got from the North Korean foreign minister about the Trump administration, which is only deal with the president, don't deal with his aides. So I think there's a lot of conversation. I think there's conversation probably on some of the nuclear issues. I don't think there's a lot of trust and mutual respect, but these countries don't have a lot of options.
Yeah.
There aren't a lot of people who will talk to them. And I think that they do think there are things they can learn, and they are in contact. You have a question now?
Yeah, please.
Hello, my name is Julia Jamila Werner from Germany. I'm the co-founder of the Transatlantic Student Initiative. In Iran, there's just recently been an election, and economic ties to Russia, for example, also China, are flourishing, also when it comes to European partners. Do you think that NATO and its allies has really understood the impact of the alliance we're talking about when it comes to the war in Ukraine, for example, or are we still a bit too easy with that?
If I may repeat the question back to you so I can make sure I understood. Your question is whether we have fully grasped the dynamic, the scale and scope of the relationship between these four countries and how far it has gone.
Exactly that, or are we too naive?
That's always a good question because it's really good to check our assumptions, and we may in the past have been that way. But I would say that as today, and you will see it this week in the discussions that the NATO leaders are having at this summit, I think we're clear-eyed about the fact that this relationship is incredibly worrisome, that there is a strategic alignment, that there are concerted actions. And again, we put this principle was already identified in 2022 when we had the strategic concept, but I think we're taking a hard look at how much faster than anticipated and closer our relationship has become, not least over the last year because of the Chinese decision to go all in when it comes to the provision of dual-use goods that enable Russia's war of aggression. So I don't think there is a naivete. I think we're clear-eyed about it as an alliance, and I think you will hear leaders making statements to that effect.
How do you describe then, or how do you explain some actors such as Germany, for example, still having those good economic relationships?
Well, I think each and individual countries is balancing between different considerations, and that's really how policy works. You're balancing between economic and trade considerations, domestic politics consideration, defense and security, foreign policy. That's how you square the circle of policy making. And I think that applies to all many, and I'm not going to go into individual member states, but I would say that applies into how each and every member state is looking at the one hand, enhancing security, ensuring collective defense, on the other hand, maintaining prosperity and having healthy economic relations. And one of the conversations we're really having, and it's really important, is how do we better integrate national security consideration into our economic policies. And I think this is something that we are learning. We learned it the hard way, to be honest, after Russia began its war of aggression against Ukraine, because we learned what it meant to have a one-sided strategic dependency on Russian oil and gas. And I would very much say that it is in our absolute vital interest to make sure we do not repeat that mistake and have similar dependencies on other assertive authoritarian actors.
I think that's a great place to wrap up, because I mean the very fact that we're having this conversation here at the public forum indicates that there's a growing understanding of the need to discuss not just China's support for Russia, but the role of these other actors as well, what that means for NATO, what that means for all of us in terms of the future and how we need to deal with it, but that there's a lot more that needs to be done in terms of more unity of vision on these issues and what we might be able to do about it in terms of joint efforts. So with that, thank you, Benedetta, thank you, John, and please join me in thanking them for this great panel.
What a brilliant panel discussion. Thank you to our panelists. We talk so much about Ukraine and how NATO member nations can provide assistance to Ukraine right now, but it's always helpful to look at the future and take a step back and look at what it's going to look like 5 years out, 10 years out. And looking at the relationship between Russia, China, North Korea, and Iran is crucial to that conversation. And the panel touched on such an important point, that China's willingness to back Russia and enable its war in Ukraine is allowing Russia to continue its war of choice against Ukraine. And they discussed as well North Korea and the burgeoning relationship between North Korea and Russia, which the White House has raised alarm about in terms of whether there are expectations from North Korea to receive additional military assistance from Russia as well. So thank you to the panel. For the next portion of the agenda, we will have 2 concurrent sessions. The first session, Nuclear Checkup, will take place in Salon 12. And the second, a conversation on NATO Looks South, a perspective on strategy and partnership. The salon will take place in the other salon. I believe it's Salon 10, but please check with any of our audience members on the way out. The salon is located on this floor, down the hall and to the right. Please proceed to the breakout if it interests you in an orderly and timely manner so our next sessions can begin shortly. Before the next session starts, we will take a poll and answer the question, what is the most pressing challenge to global security today? So start thinking about it, but in order to vote, go to the polling function in your app, if you have the app, and select your response. Soon we'll have some results to share with you. If you're on the live stream, press Slido to access the poll. So we'll wait a minute while the results are coming in. And I'd like to take a step back and bring us through a moment of reflection of our day so far. We're on the sidelines, obviously, of the summit, where world leaders are discussing the same critical issues that we have heard so many world leaders discuss today. And we've gotten a front row seat to those discussions. We've heard a resounding round of support for Ukraine from the foreign ministers of Poland and Lithuania. Ukraine must win. We've done this before. We can do it again. And it sounds like a doubling down. We've also heard from UK's Defense Minister, John Healey, and he put a fine point on the stakes. If we don't stop Russia in Ukraine, Russia will not stop there. The stakes couldn't be higher, and so many members know that very deeply. We've also heard a similar message focused on Americans today. If the fight is not won in Ukraine, Americans may also face some further threats in the future. And we've even seen some acute threats in just the most recent days. Earlier this month, of course, commanders put bases on high alert, a very rare case linked to threats that might come to harm service members and their family and facilities. And it's been reported that's due to Russian-backed plots of sabotage and attacks targeting U.S. military personnel and facilities. This is already, of course, impacting Americans. And here's the thing. We've heard a number of esteemed guests talk about how we are in a changed environment 2.5 years into this after Russia re-invaded Ukraine. Russia's changed, Ukraine has changed. And Lithuania's foreign minister put a very intriguing point out on the stage today. He signaled all of the hybrid sort of gray zone operations we see Russia do, from attacks to arson attacks to cyber attacks and other operations, might not be appropriate to be called hybrid operations anymore, because it's clear they're terrorist attacks. And so we continue to see Russia pushing the envelope against the grain, and the alliance will continue to have to deal with that moving forward. So, in the meantime, we now have our results coming in. It looks like they're still coming in live a little bit, but it looks like the most pressing challenge many people feel is, okay, we've got military actions by Russia at the top. However, the erosion of democracy is a close second, 6% behind here. And with that, I think I will turn us to our next panel. Please join me in welcoming to the stage GMF trustee and Senior Vice President of Global Public Policy at the Boeing Company, Steve Began, who will moderate a conversation on the perspective of NATO's southern states. Thank you.
Wow, what a great day. And thanks to all the organizers and to NATO Public Affairs for organizing such a great conversation. We've covered a lot of territory today, literally and figuratively. We've talked about NATO's plans, we've talked about the priorities for the alliance, and we've talked about geography as well. We've spoken about the threat to the north and to Central and Eastern Europe. Of course, appropriately, we've talked quite a bit about the war in Ukraine, but there's one part of NATO that's very important that we haven't spoken about, which is NATO's southern flank. And it's my honor today to be here with Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez of Spain to have that discussion. Prime Minister, you've been in office since 2018. If I did my math and dates right, June of 2018, which means this will be your 6th NATO summit. Yes. And during that time, you've not only been a witness to the transformation of the alliance, but you've also been one of the people who's been steering it and guiding it. I was wondering if you could start us off today with some thoughts on what are the most pressing challenges in NATO's southern flank, and what do you think about Spain's role in helping to address those for the alliance and with the alliance?
So thank you very much, Stephen, and thank you to the German Marshall Fund for this invitation to talk about the role of NATO in the south. Especially when we are celebrating the 30th anniversary of the Mediterranean dialogue, and the 20th anniversary of the Istanbul Cooperation Initiative. So the Middle East and North Africa, the Sahel, and the broader African continent have strategic importance for peace and prosperity in the Euro-Atlantic region. Likewise, our alliance can do a lot to reinforce security and stability in our southern neighborhood. Spain is one of the allies that is closest to the south, not only geographically, but also in the intensity of our political, economic, and human links to the region. We have always understood that our well-being depends on that of our southern neighborhoods. Today, after 2 years of preparatory work, we have adopted, and this is good news, an action plan to strengthen our approach to the south. This is, as I said, excellent news. For the first time, the alliance will have a comprehensive, detailed, and practical roadmap to work with our southern partners. So let me first highlight why instability in the southern neighborhood is a threat to NATO allies. To start, our adversaries do not hesitate to use instability in NATO's eastern and southern neighborhood against us. They work with non-state actors to amplify terrorism, maritime insecurity or the consequences of climate change. Their goal is to weaken Euro-Atlantic security by creating a crescent of instability around us. In the process, they harm human and state security in our neighboring countries, who are the first direct victims of these destabilizing tactics. Dozens of women, men, and children are killed in raids of Russian mercenaries in Sahel villages, and thousands more are forcibly displaced trying to escape. Furthermore, Russia is developing links between stability in the east and the south through human trafficking organizations, terrorist networks, or coordinate disinformation campaigns against NATO in many African and Middle East countries. Thousands of people drowned in the Atlantic and the Mediterranean after falling in the hands of human trafficking networks. Irregular border crossing originating in Africa into Poland are increasing dramatically. Who is helping these criminal networks and why? The human cost of these hybrid tactics is dramatic. NATO, I believe, must therefore have a comprehensive strategy to promote stability and good governance in the South. To work with our partners for strong security and defense institutions on capacity building with practical cooperation measures, and doing all of this based on mutual respect. This is where our new action plan comes in. First, through this action plan, we will invest in more political dialogue and more hands-on cooperation. NATO's political dialogue with our southern partners must reflect this spirit of friendship, mutual respect, and mutual benefit. NATO has to be more present in the south. We already have a regional center in Kuwait, and we hope to have a liaison office in Amman soon. Second, we will work more with international organizations. The African Union, where we have a liaison office, the Gulf Cooperation Council, the Arab League, or are very important interlocutors and partners for NATO. With our support, they can be effective in areas that are essential for regional security. For example, initiatives to curb the spread of light and small weapons are crucial to end the insecurity that plague the daily lives of millions of peoples in the South. NATO should particularly coordinate its actions with the European Union. I think this is very important. This is instrumental, especially now that both organizations have adopted comprehensive approaches with their southern neighborhood. And third, NATO is ready to work with its southern partners on critical issues such as terrorism, climate change, maritime security, or resilience. So let me finish, Stefan, by highlighting that the endorsement of this action plan is a big step for NATO. It's a real big step for NATO. And we particularly welcome the appointment of a special representative for the South. But this is not the end of the roadmap. Implementation in years to come will be key. In this difficult endeavor, you will always find the staunch commitment and support of my country. Spain is already working on many of these fields with our southern partners, and we are ready to scale up our efforts in the context of NATO cooperation. So thank you very much for your attention, and happy to exchange some views on this with you.
Great. Well, thank you, Prime Minister, and congratulations on the action plan. I know Spain provided the leadership and the heft to get that through the alliance, and you know, in another year, it might have been seen as one of the centerpieces of the summit. But for what's happening in the East, what's happened since Russia's invasion of Ukraine, full-scale war in 2022. But in the shadow of all that concerns us to the East, there's also a war happening in the South, as we all know. The war between Israel and Hamas, despite efforts to broker a ceasefire, continues. And I was wondering if you could share your thoughts on where this conflict is headed, and what are the implications for NATO's South? You ticked off some of the challenges that the southern flank of NATO face, the refugee flows and so on, terrorism. Where do you see this going, and what are the implications for NATO?
Well, I believe that the implications are, very difficult for all of us, for NATO, and of course for all the countries in the region, in the Mediterranean, and of course the Middle East. But I think this is a global challenge for all countries. As you know, Spain and other countries in Europe, we took that step to recognize the state of Palestine because we believe that we need to give a political horizon to the people in the region, especially in Palestine, a political horizon to create the conditions for a new state that could coexist in peaceful and with security with their neighbors, especially with Israel. So I would like to acknowledge the efforts that President Biden has been taking since the beginning of the war regarding different aspects. The first one is the release of the hostages. The second is in the beginning to support Israel in its fight against Hamas. We of course condemned the terrorist attacks to Israel perpetrated by Hamas. But on the other hand, we understand that we need to create the conditions for an immediate and urgent ceasefire. Why? Because first of all, we need to avoid any risk of escalation, and there's a real risk of escalation to Lebanon. Second, because we need to stop this terrible humanitarian crisis that the Palestinians are suffering, not only in Gaza, but also in the West Bank. And last but not least, because it will be important to convene a peace conference, an international peace conference, to create the conditions for what I said in the beginning of my speech, the two-state solution, and to create that political horizon for the people in Palestine. So I think that we need, of course, that political effort. We need also to understand that UN resolutions from the Security Council are binding, and that last UN resolution led by the US administration stated crystal clear that we need a permanent ceasefire in order to stop this terrible war and focus on the humanitarian catastrophe that we are witnessing through the international media. So, of course, I think that this is going to be one of the challenges of the southern flank that we need to face and address from our NATO organization. And we will do our utmost to create those conditions and not to be again prisoners, I would say, of a new cycle of violence in the Middle East in the years to come. I think that this is enough. There's a lot of suffering on the ground, and we need to create those political conditions to avoid any risk of escalation and, of course, a new cycle of violence in the future.
Well, I hate to jump from one gloomy environment to another, but there's another part of Europe as well that's suffering terrible violence and bloodshed right now, the brutal war that Russia is waging against Ukraine as Ukraine fights for its own independence. One of the things that we've talked about here during the course of the day with other leaders is the bridge to NATO membership that the summit is agreeing to today. I was wondering if you could kind of give us your take, the view from Spain, which is a long way away from Ukraine. What is your take on the bridge to NATO membership for Ukraine, and what do you see as the opportunities and challenges along the way?
So we actually have, Stephen, in Spain more than 200,000 refugees coming from Ukraine, even though, of course, we have this long distance. And I can tell you by that large number, the majority of the Spaniards, they support our efforts regarding Ukraine, and because we understand what is at stake. It's not only the defense of the territorial integrity, the freedom, the right to exist of a nation, but also the respect of a world ruled by clear, let's say, principles, and this is also what we are defending: democracy, freedom, and the right to exist of a country such as Ukraine. So, you know, I think that it is indeed very important for our citizens to understand that what we are defending in Gaza and in Ukraine are not only the international law, but we have a consistent position, a consistent political positions, that we don't have double standards. So if we are telling our people that we are supporting Ukraine because we are defending the international law, this is the same to what we have to do towards Gaza and the war that we are now witnessing in the Middle East, saying that we are backing the international law, especially the international humanitarian law. So this is, at least from our perspective, what we defend as a country. And I would also add that, coming back to Ukraine, perhaps we don't have the conditions yet on the process for the integration of Ukraine in NATO, but in the statement, the declaration that we already endorsed, we say that that path is irreversible, and this is something that is going to happen. In the meantime, what we need to do is to support and back Ukraine as all member states from the NATO. From NATO, we are doing. And last but not least, I would say that it is important, this double path, not only NATO enlargement, but also the European Union enlargement. And second semester of last year, we had the privilege to chair the European Council, and we were leading, along with the Commission, the process for the enlargement of the European Union towards Ukraine. So I think this is also very important, because at the end of the day, NATO and the European Union, we have a strategic partnership that could create those synergies, not only on the defense and security dimension, but also the political one. And this is something that I think is recognized, and people in Ukraine are grateful for that.
Well, Prime Minister, I know you have a busy day, and I wish you the very best in the summit proceedings. On behalf of the entire forum, let us join in thanking Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez for his time.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Prime Minister Sanchez, for that insightful perspective on NATO strategy and partnerships in the South. It is now my pleasure to soon welcome to the stage Matthew Koenig, Vice President and Senior Director for the Scowcroft Center for Strategy and Security at the Atlantic Council, for our next panel on Nordic security redrawn. Please join me in just a moment in welcoming Matthew to the stage. All right, let's welcome Matthew to the stage.
Well, good afternoon. I'm pleased to welcome you to this discussion on Nordic security redrawn. As you've just heard, my name is Matthew Koenig. I'm Vice President and Senior Director of the Atlantic Council's Scowcroft Center for Strategy and Security. As we all know, NATO has 2 new members, Finland and Sweden, bringing the NATO alliance to 32 countries. It also means that now every Arctic country except for Russia is a member of NATO. So to dive into some of the challenges and opportunities presented by this new Nordic security landscape, I'm honored to introduce some distinguished panelists. So starting all the way at the end here, we have Minister of Defense of the Republic of Finland, Antti Hakonen. Welcome. Next, we have Minister of Defense of Norway, Born Arild Gram. Welcome. Next, we have Minister of Foreign Affairs of Iceland, Thordis Kolbrún Rayford Gylfadóttir. Welcome. And then next, Minister of Defense of the Kingdom of Sweden, Paul Johnson. And last but not least, to my immediate left, Minister of Defense of Canada, Bill Blair. So, Your Excellencies, welcome to the NATO Public Forum. And we have 5 ministers and only about 35 minutes, so I think we want to jump into it. And so let me ask the first question, and Minister Johnson, you're the rookie here, so maybe I'll start with you. You know, some Americans might say, well, additional countries in NATO, aren't these just additional countries we need to defend? Why is NATO stronger with Sweden in the alliance?
Sure, and thank you for that question, and also thank you for having me on with a great panel. We interact a lot, and I think there's many things that unite us around this panel as well. But just a few things then on Swedish NATO membership. I'll start with geography. Sweden, of course, being located at the heart of the Nordic region, meaning that when we're inside the alliance now, we're going to be an important staging and basing area for assuring that NATO can deter and defend the Baltic states and Finland. We just ratified in the Swedish Parliament the DCA with the United States, meaning that the US also will have the possibility, for example, for basing military equipment in Sweden. So that's important also for the alliance as such in its ability to deter and defend. And then, of course, there's capabilities we bring to the table. We have been operating for many decades in the Baltic Sea with our submarines, with our surface combatant Visby-class corvettes, and in the air with our air surveillance plane and our intelligence planes. So we know the Baltic Sea inside out, we like to think. Yes, as the other countries on the panel, we also have good Arctic capabilities. I always say there's one thing to be able to survive in that cold weather up in the north, but another to fight, and our soldiers know how to do that. We also, for being a smaller country, we have a quite strong defense industrial base. There's no other country in the world 10 million who can produce fighter aircraft, submarines, advanced surface combatant artillery systems, and IFSWs. And we score quite well on innovation, both military innovation and civil innovation. So we are also enthusiastic about joining Diana and NATO Investment Fund as well. So that are a few things that we can bring to the table. And in the end, I think Sweden is safer and NATO is stronger by having us inside.
Many impressive strengths, indeed. And let's go to Finland next. And Minister Hakonen, same question to you. Why is NATO stronger with Finland as a member?
Well, I think that when there's a situation that the most of the democracies belong to NATO, NATO is stronger in that case. That's why that's the one point. Like we see that the world is going dividing to autocrat countries, and they are playing even stronger together, and that's why democracies must play also together. That's the main big issue. But what Finland brings to NATO, for example, we have decades built our own defense. Neighboring Russia, we have thought that we have to manage by ourselves. That's why we have almost, I think, the highest number of will to defend the country, over 80%. And 90% of our people also say that they are willing to defend NATO allies. Now, this is the recent newest poll. We have a large reservist army. We have almost 900,000 citizens who are military trained. Wartime strength, almost 300,000. We have old traditional warfare capabilities, but also new, highly valuable capabilities. We have almost largest artillery in Western Europe. We have kind of been prepared for that kind of conventional warfare what Russia is now waging in Ukraine, because we have true intelligence, watch it really closely what Russia is doing. That's why end of the Cold War we didn't let our guards down. We kept our large reservist army, large artillery, large land forces, and now we are also purchasing new high-tech capabilities, F-35s, and developing our army with heavy investing programs, 2.4% last year. And now it's a new thing for us to do a close cooperation with all our allies. We have done it closely with the Nordic countries, with several partners in GEF cooperation and with United States for decades. But still, Article 5, that's a new thing for us. And last year, when we joined to NATO, everything has gone smoothly. We have been integrated really fast to NATO, to our kind of a common defense system. And that's why we are really happy to see the results from this summit. We are taking a stronger stance with the collective defense, and also the Finnish integration into collective defense has been really smooth.
Wonderful. Thanks very much. And I should note that you're going to have to leave us a little bit early, so if he walks off stage, I didn't offend him. He has somewhere else to be. But Minister Graham, let's maybe come up to you next. A lot of focus on NATO's eastern flank, the war in Ukraine for obvious reasons. But Norway's often been oriented to the high north. And of course, there's increased geopolitical competition in the Arctic. Tell us a little bit about why we should be focused on the security challenges in the high north. Why could a conflict with Russia escalate into the high north? How should we be thinking about this?
You know, we have a border with Russia. We have never been in conflict with Russia, but we see their will to use force against another peaceful neighbor of them. And Russia is always the point of interest when we think of our defense planning. And just a few miles across the border, we have one of the world's non-Western largest nuclear bases. Russia has their much of their strategic nuclear weapons, nuclear submarines and so on the Kola Peninsula, just across the border. And this basing complex increases in importance for Russia these days. Much of their conventional forces on the land has been sent to Ukraine, and they are depleted there. They are killed, but they have most of their nuclear forces, their submarines, their airplanes intact. And with the difficulties they face in the Black Sea with their naval forces, the Baltic Sea is more of a NATO lake, you could say. Then the Northern Fleet and their basing in the Kola Peninsula is even more important for them. They, of course, want to defend and protect these capabilities. So for us, it's very important to have situational awareness, to have presence in the high north, follow the activity. This was also a very important part. We had just presented and had a unanimous support in Parliament for our new long-term defense plan. Increasing the situational awareness when it comes to the space domain, to maritime surveillance, intelligence, to being more present with the naval forces and so on. I think this is a very important part of the deterrence. We want predictability and stability in the high north. We welcome more allied activity also in the high north. At the same time, we want to calibrate this and as I said, have a stability and predictability. So this is important for us. We also watch closely what kind of development we see with the Russian and Chinese cooperation in the high north. We have Chinese researchers on the Svalbard Islands, the far north. So we have to watch this closely. But can I also say, because you asked the importance of Sweden and Finland joining NATO, I think this is a huge thing for us as well. Of course, for Sweden and Finland, this is a huge step. I mean, Sweden more than 200 years as neutral or alliance-free. But also for us, this is a huge development. You know, being able to see all the Nordic geography, the whole of the Scandinavian peninsula, when it comes to defense planning, to operational cooperation. We have been used to be, for the first time, we have a border with a land border with a NATO ally. That was when Finland joined last year. Trusted ally. And now we have this Nordic defense cooperation. We see so many possibilities. in all domains, in all areas when it comes to defense planning and defense capabilities. So this really opens a new world, and it happened really. There were some hiccups when it came to the ratification process, but still it happened really fast. So we don't have all the answers yet, but we see there is a lot of possibilities to strengthen the northern part of the alliance.
Minister Gylfadóttir, let's come to you next. And Iceland is a unique and special country in many ways. One of the ways it's unique is that it doesn't have standing armed forces. So given that, how does Iceland contribute to NATO's security?
Yes, thank you. I need 2 mics for some reason. I'm sorry. First of all, you know, Iceland is a founding member of NATO, 1 out of 12, and our contribution is partly, you know, literally our strategic location. Being in the middle of Europe and North America, our presence and us being a member of NATO is, of course, a cornerstone of our national security policy, and it has been for all these decades, 75 years, but it's also a contribution to the region. We have radar stations around the island, which feeds NATO, you know, information 24/7. We have Keflavik Air Base, where, of course, the United States was there up until 2006. We took it over. We have host nation support. So when friends and allies are operating and doing all kinds of, you know, air policing and practicing and etc. And we have from the U.S. Submarine surveillance, which, again, with the increased capable of mobility from Iceland, it's not only a question whether it makes us safer in Iceland, but what does it mean for the region? What's our contribution in that regard? And I have to add a point on Finland and Sweden's membership. It truly, you know, it truly matters tremendously, both, of course, for Sweden and Finland, but also for the region. And not only the Nordics, the same goes with the Baltic states, the region itself, and for NATO. And of course, what these countries bring to the table, I mean, it's tremendous. And that's why it has gone smoothly, because of course we've been close partners and the integration has been very strong, but also as countries, because NATO is not only about tanks and weapons. You know, it was founded to cherish and protect democracy, individual freedoms, and the rule of law. And to have 2 members, you know, that rank the highest in that regard, with such a big, huge resilience and strong societies, that really makes NATO stronger, without a doubt.
Wonderful. Well, Minister Blair, let's continue on this theme with you. And so how does Finland and Sweden joining the alliance change the Nordic security situation? It makes the Baltic Sea a NATO lake, but closer to home for Canada, it means that now all Arctic countries other than Russia are NATO members. How does that change the situation when it comes to Arctic security?
I believe it's hugely beneficial. And frankly, it has brought to my country a renewed focus on some of our responsibilities. And, you know, for the last 150 years and plus, my country has been blessed by extraordinary geography. We're surrounded by 3 oceans, one of which has been mostly frozen. We also live next door to a great superpower, a benign and supportive ally and friend. And so almost for our entire history, Canada has not been invaded, but we have a very significant armed forces, and all of our work for the last century and a half has been primarily expeditionary. We have fought in almost every war, but not in our own country. But there's been an acknowledgement. The world has changed, and I think we've seen certain evidence of that with Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine, but we're also seeing through such impacts of new technologies, and in particular with climate change. Our Arctic is becoming far more accessible. The high north is actually being impacted by climate change at 4 times the global average. And what we're seeing is the melting of the permafrost, but also new accessibility in the Arctic. And we estimate that if we continue on the same path, and hopefully we won't, but if we do continue on the same path, by 2050, the Arctic Ocean could be the primary point of transit between Europe and Asia. And as it becomes more accessible, security concerns become, I think, far more significant to us. And so what we have observed, certainly in our own country, between Alaska, and the Americans, I think, do an outstanding job of providing security for the Beaufort and the Bering Sea. They're right across from the eastern shores of Russia. But between Alaska and Norway, frankly, there was not anywhere near as much work done there. There are huge gaps in our security and in our presence. I believe with the advent now of Finland and Sweden joining Norway, Iceland, and I would include Denmark and the United States, of course, in that relationship, we have now got a united NATO presence from Russia's eastern shore to their western shore. And I think we have much to learn from each other, the opportunity to work together. In my country, we're investing very significantly now in new capabilities in our High North, building multi-mission, multi-use infrastructure up there, investing in new technologies. We're investing very significantly in over-the-horizon to improve our domain awareness. But we believe that there's great opportunity to learn from our new allies. And we have always been friends, and we have always worked well together. But through the alliance of NATO, I think we are strengthened by it. And one of the things, the final thing I would observe as well, that since February of 2022, NATO has transformed itself into a more powerful alliance. Everyone, I see a greater unity, a greater resolve, a greater focus of purpose. And I think that strength and that unity can be applied in all domains of risk, including potentially in the High North and in the Arctic.
Okay. Wonderful. Well, you talked about investments, so let's pick up there. One of the major themes, of course, of the summit is deterrence and defense. We have new regional plans. We need to get the capabilities to make sure those plans can be implemented. And so part of that is burden sharing and making sure all allies are contributing. Some of the countries here are at 2%, some not there yet. I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit about burden sharing. For those of you who are already at 2%, what is your strategy for staying there? What are the capabilities you're going to provide? And for those of you who aren't there yet, what is your strategy for getting there? And I'll throw that open to the group.
If I may start, because I'm one of the larger economies in the NATO alliance. We have the 6th largest military even today. But we are not at 2%, and we've got work to do to get there. One of the great challenges I think we're all facing is first of all, issues around personnel, and there's things that I've been learning from the Swedes and the Finns that are going to help me solve some of my challenges. But what we're seeing in production is also deterrence. And what we're finding is some real challenges in military production. And even, I've signed contracts for almost 200 planes for my Air Force just in the past year. But it's going to take a number of years to deliver those capabilities. We're building new surface combatant ships, 15 of them in our country. But I won't see the first one until 2032, and we won't be able to deliver them all until 2050. And so I think we also, I'm absolutely committed. Canada has to do more, and Canada will do more, and we'll meet the 2% pledge. And I think we have to even go beyond that 2% pledge. But having said all that, I think it's also incumbent upon us to make sure that we invest well. And part of the unity of NATO, I think, creates opportunity for us. Just earlier today, I entered into an agreement with Norway and Germany because we have agreed to work together on issues around production and meeting those targets so that we can go back to our respective constituencies and say, yes, we're doing what is required. We're going to invest the money that we need to invest, but we're going to do it well. And then we're going to create real value. And by working together, I think we're much better than working apart.
Looks like some others wanted to come in. Minister Johnson. Please.
Sure. We increased our defense budget with 28% this year after decades of underinvestment, and we doubled our defense investment during these last 5 years, and we are at 2.2%. But 2.2 doesn't get us very far. We're going to get new capability targets already this fall, and which are going to be demanding because we know we will have deficiencies all across the alliance when it comes to air defense, when it comes to available ground forces, focusing on enablement, autonomous systems, and so forth. So 2% is certainly a floor, but it's not the ceiling, and we are going to be investing heavily also. We have a trajectory up to 2.6 by 2028. Now, that's one of the challenges. The other one is the defense industrial base. And in all honesty, right now in Europe, we have a defense industrial base that's shaped for peacetime situation. And then we look at the war in Ukraine. And the war in Ukraine is a war of attrition, i.e. a war of warehouses. So I think there's lots of things we need to do in order to ramp up industrial production. That means spending more and spending more together, meaning placing large orders. That's going to be a demand signal for the industry so they also can beef up their production. Because right now we're challenging with increasing prices at the same time as the lead time for us to get the platforms and systems is very long. Before, if you would ask us a decade ago, we would say there would be very little money, but lots of time, because people didn't think there would be war. And now there's much more money, about 100 billion, and of course 23 allies now being at 2% or more, but there's little time because due to Russia's behavior, its full-scale invasion of Ukraine, its propensity to use military force, its low, and the fact that it take political military risks and so forth. So I think there's a sense of urgency within the alliance, and we need to more also on the industrial side.
Mm-hmm. Minister Graham, please.
First we have to acknowledge that the last decade, the defense spending between the NATO allies has increased year by year, every year. That's a good development, and I'm also very happy that on 23 countries now reaching 2%, and I'm happy that we are one of them this year, past 2%, and with our new defense plan, I think we're almost going to double our defense budget and move towards 3% in a few years. And what do we do with all that money? Well, we strengthen really all our armed forces, from 1 to 3 brigades in the army, the home guard, more than doubling the air defense. But the main effort will be when it comes to the maritime sector. And we are a coastal maritime nation. We have Norway's geographically quite big land, not so much people, but we have 7 times the land area at sea with huge resources, energy, fisheries, lines of communication and so on. It's so important to protect this, to be present, as I said earlier, follow the development, have situational awareness. So we are these new submarines, new frigates, renewing most of the Coast Guard and other surface vessel as well, having new satellites for surveillance, maritime, long-range maritime drones, and so on and so on. This is absolutely necessary, but we are also worried that it takes time, and Paul mentioned, you both mentioned production capacity and what can now the industry deliver, and so that is also we have to focus even more on that, and it's a topic on this summit that's very important. We see also what can we do together in the Nordics, but also with other close allies to see how we can enhance production capacity and procure more together. That's an important part of the answer to that, I think.
Minister Hakkinen, it looks like you had your hand up as well.
Yeah, I just shortly say that before we joined NATO, we had this kind of almost 10-year period, planning period in the national defense, that we were assessing first the threat analysis from Russia and our 1,300-kilometer border with Russian military plannings, and we would compare that what kind of military planning should we also have with capabilities, and how large reservist army we need. And those were kind of the requirements to kind of put the size on how our national defense should be planned. Now we are trusting that the SACEUR will do the planning as overall planning. And now when we are seeing the threat analysis with Russia, with their ever-deepening partnerships with China, Iran, North Korea, and other countries, we are seeing that this defense spending is not going to be enough. 2% is not going to be enough. Like Paul said, it's going to be a floor, but where's the ceiling? I don't know. During the Cold War, it was 3 to 4% in Europe, the spending rate. Is it something like that? I don't want any news now, but it's much higher. If we are looking where the world is going, And do we want to keep our defense in good shape, but even the deterrence, which is even more important, that Russia is taking huge risks. And that's why the deterrence is also a big question. We know that even though we have invested heavily in our defense for decades, we need a lot of more money to build up these new capabilities, what comes from NATO also. But I think it's much more cheaper than to let them kind of off the list. That's why the Finnish people are trusting that the NATO capability targets are kind of planned wisely, and the money which we use to the NATO capability targets, it's wisely used money. And together we need a lot of these, what Paul and others said here, that joint procurements and cooperation with EU and cooperation with transatlantic industry. And there's a lot of good things going on now.
Yeah. Well, you said the 2% may not be enough, and in fact, I was talking to one defense official recently who said, according to their internal calculations, to get the capabilities needed to implement the regional plans, it might take something more like 3.6% across the alliance to get there. So I think maybe we all have to do more, maybe even in the United States. Roger Wicker calling for a major increase in the U.S. defense budget. So I think we all can do more. You mentioned your long border with Russia, and of course, a lot of focus on the Russia's conventional threat, but there's also the hybrid threat, the disinformation, the cyber attacks. Because of that, a lot of focus in the alliance on resilience. And at the Atlantic Council, we're setting up a new national security resilience initiative, so I'm very interested in this. But I guess maybe we'll start with you, but open it to the group. You have a lot of experience with resilience, your total defense concept. What are the lessons the rest of the alliance needs to learn about dealing with these Russian hybrid threats and how we can be more resilient?
Well, first of all, we have a long history with Russia after the Second World War. They have used during the Cold War all their tools and means in this broad spectrum influence or hybrid influence, what do you call it? With all means, and now we are just seeing that they are using, they are doing the same thing, hybrid warfare or hybrid influencing with these new modern age tools. The first thing is that we have in Finland this comprehensive security model, where we have kind of participated all our civil sectors and private companies to kind of what's the overall security situation in the society, and all those sectors have a role to support also the defense. And that's a good way to kind of also watch the hybrid influencing what Russia is doing. For example, now we are watching much more tighter restrictions to Russian real estate ownership, migration flows in the border control. Now there's a stricter law also coming to that, critical infra and those. We have done a lot for last decades, but now we are seeing that Russia is finding new tools. For example, migration is a new tool, and tackling also in the cyberspace some new measurements. That's why we have to run fast and do a closer cooperation between NATO countries.
Others want to jump in on resilience? Maybe you, Minister Johnson. I know you have a new national security strategy just out with resilience as a major concept.
Sure, we launched it on Monday, actually. I think, what do you should think this about resilience? And this is not an issue I'll be able to solve at the Ministry of Defense, and not even at the Ministry of Justice. So this is a whole of government, but even better, a whole of society approach, I think is really important. I mean, there's various forms, and we see that Russia is stepping up when it comes to activities such as cyber attacks, disinformation, cyber espionage, foreign direct investment into critical infrastructure. So build a whole of society endeavor, making sure you have good interagency cooperation, making sure your security services intelligence, and the military intelligence, I think, is really, really crucial to it. Good private-public partnerships is crucial. A lot of the critical infrastructure right now, being at least in Sweden, being it in energy, banking, telecom, it's in the hands of the private operators. And of course, they are also exposed to a lot of hybrid activities. And then we have to be able to share intelligence going two ways, and enhancing our resilience in that regard as well, I think, is really crucial.
Okay, great. Minister Gylfadóttir, you wanted to come in on resilience.
Yeah, just to add some points, because I think societal trust and national resilience, information sharing, and political unity are probably the most important issues to counterattack that. And we have increased the cooperation and information sharing a lot, and I think we need to do even more, because what we're seeing as well as, it's really important to look at it holistically. There's a pattern there, and we're being tested, and we have to have the overview of what is really happening, and we also have to have honest conversation with our peoples about what is happening. Both because it shows the development, it shows that what is truly at stake, because we're always saying, we're being tested, they're going to test, but still a lot of people think it's quite far away from them. And I know that from my own country, for example. And we see the development, and we need to do the information sharing between friends and allies, but we also have to have an honest discussion with our people. And the other reason why we have to do that is because we need resilience within the society to counterattack that. So people always also have to be vigilant. And we need, we have misinformation, disinformation, and then, way more serious hybrid warfare. But we need to be more on the same page, because it also takes time for individuals to digest new reality, which is darker than it was, and we're still moving in the wrong direction. So we have to take that seriously, but for us to do that, we also have to have an honest debate with the general public.
Okay, great. We're almost out of time, so maybe a final word to Minister Blair and Minister Graham. And what is the most important thing you think the audience should take away from this discussion? And you had your hand up first, and you also mentioned an interesting thing in the green room about some things you're doing in Canada. Don't know if you maybe want to share that with the group.
Well, I think we're all doing some interesting things.
Yeah.
I'm hoping over the next few days that we'll be able to articulate for our colleagues a credible and verifiable path for Canada, and the investments we have to make. I think one of the ways we're finding the smartest way to do that is through alliances. If I just may add just a small point to the last thing, because we've talked about hybrid warfare and asymmetrical warfare, and I think quite understandably at a NATO conference we're talking primarily about Russia, but we are noticing a very significant level of activity directed towards Western societies and Western democracies by the People's Republic of China. In many respects, it is more insidious and more threatening to us. I think what we're seeing is a very overt action to undermine our public institutions, attack our critical infrastructure through various cyber attacks. I think in many respects our response has been, might even characterize it as somewhat naive, because we constantly attempt to defend ourselves from these daily attacks, but I think we need to be very outspoken to our own populations, as you mentioned, how important it is to attribute the activities of hostile nations in their actions against our interest. We're seeing that the Russians do it in a very different way. The Russians are I think, trying to torque up political and public opinion on certain areas, but again, their intent is to undermine the democracies that we rely on, and also to put in jeopardy, I think, our alliances. And so our awareness of that and a very strong response, a united response, I think is the great strength of NATO and the possibility that presents itself here. And that's it for me.
Okay. Minister Graham, final word.
Well, yeah, since we're out of time, I just want a few words on the resilience part, and because we are all strengthening our defense forces now, doing a lot there. That is absolutely necessary. but it still isn't enough, because we have to think about the hollow society, securing the state security, that's one thing, but health security, food security, and civilian resistance is also an important. When we have all of this in place, then we are truly resilient and can be able to defend ourselves.
Well, it's been a fascinating discussion. I've learned a lot. I wish we had more time, but I'm afraid we're out of time. So thank you very much for sharing your insights. Please join me in thanking our...
Thank you for that very insightful perspective on Nordic security. Now, please allow some time for your colleagues to rejoin us here in the plenary room from the Nuclear Checkup Parallel Panel. We will resume our programming shortly. Please do not leave the room during a brief pause as colleagues join us. Thanks. everybody. Thank you for your patience as we all filter back in. I want you to now please join me in welcoming Francesca Chambers of USA Today, who will be moderating our next panel on the legislative commitment to transatlantic security. Please welcome Francesca Chambers.
Everybody left, didn't they? Come back in.
Well, I'm Francesca Chambers, White House correspondent for USA Today. I am thrilled to be leading this discussion between Senators Jeanne Shaheen and Thom Tillis. Thank you all for being here, and thank you for the invitation to speak at this forum, marking the 75th anniversary of the NATO alliance. As you may know, Senators Shaheen and Tillis are the co-chairs of the Senate NATO Observer Group, a bipartisan group that they reestablished in 2018 after more than a decade of inactivity. The topic of this panel is the legislative commitment to transatlantic security. And that is where we will begin, taking head-on the question on everyone's minds. Regardless of who wins the U.S. presidential election in November, how will you ensure that the United States remains a member of NATO and that it will uphold its Article 5 obligation to every member of the alliance, regardless of whether they spend 2% of their GDP on defense or not?
Well, first of all, thank you. It's really nice to be here. Thank you to the Atlantic Council and to all of you in the audience for being here for this conversation. For those of you who have done this event in past years, you will know that Senator Tillis and I have now done this for 4 years in a row. We were in Brussels, Vilnius, Madrid, and now it's nice to be able to celebrate the 75th anniversary of NATO here in Washington, D.C. And I think that speaks to the strong bipartisan support that NATO has in the United States Senate and really in Congress. Earlier this week, I went to the NATO Parliamentary Assembly event in the House that had a number of members of Congress who were there in support of NATO. And as you're probably aware, in the last session of Congress, we changed the legislation to require approval by the Senate for any president who wanted to withdraw from NATO. So I think the support is ironclad.
Yeah, and actually that clarifying legislation was just that. It already exists. This is a ratified treaty that has existed for 75 years. And the Article 5 commitment, the only time that we have had to mobilize under the Article 5 commitment was when our family of nations came to support the United States in Afghanistan in the war on terror. So, you know, we're in the political silly season here right now. And you have to deal with campaign rhetoric. But for that Congress would ever support the exit from the most successful, most important alliance that's ever existed is, quite frankly, rubbish. And I'll speak purely at this point from a Republican standpoint, and I think Jeanne would say the same thing for my Democratic colleagues. So, you know, at this point, we have to speak frankly about this. This is not a real threat. This is something that is used as a political device to create the fear and uncertainty and doubt. And I'm an elected official. I understand that. I don't know that I would ever use it, but let's just be very clear. This is not something that's in the cards. And I do remember when we went to Brussels, right. I think it was
in 2018.
Literally when we were on the way, then President Trump said maybe we should withdraw from Brussels. I think we were coming to speak at this event. And I was saying, you know, our institutions of government and the Article 1 institution that we happen to be a part of is very prominent when it comes to ratifying and enforcing treaties. And you should know that the Ukraine vote, the Ukraine supplemental vote, is a good indication of just how strong support for the alliance is, and also, incidentally, for Ukraine.
Well, the prolonged debate over that Ukraine aid in Congress has called into question the legislative branch's commitment to protecting its European allies from Russia's military aggression. Secretary General Stoltenberg has asked allies to maintain their spending on Ukraine over the next year and pledged to contribute a collective $43 billion USD at minimum. Given the fierce debate in Congress, is that a commitment that the U.S. can realistically deliver on?
I think that we have to. We have to go through it. I mean, if you think about when we entered that debate, many people thought that we were not going to be successful with the Ukraine supplemental. It got done. And I should also say that from a Republican perspective, we're well into the primary season. There's not a single Republican who has gone through a primary, who has lost, who voted for Ukraine supplemental, who's lost their primary. So I think that's also a good benchmark for anyone else who thinks that this is something that's politically sensitive back home. So there's every indication that we'll go through it. Look, we have to go through it. And to my, I keep on using this analogy. Maybe I'll do something different next year. We're a family of nations. Like, I'm one of 6 kids. I argue with my brothers and sisters. I have one sister I'm convinced would not vote for me if she lived in the state of North Carolina. But we care about each other. And when our safety and security is threatened as a family, we come together and we dispense with the disagreements. We've seen that happen. We saw that happen in Afghanistan. We saw it happen in Ukraine after some of the complexities and challenges with our NATO partners after Afghanistan. But we have to have a serious discussion about the exposure here. This is not just about achieving a 2% floor. First off, let's dispense with the idea that that's a ceiling. It's not about achieving a floor. It's about take in today's dollars, the dollars that have not been invested in our modernization and our mutual defense and our defense industrial base. I can think of one founding nation that in this century, the amount of money that they have not committed to achieve their 2% minimum obligation is $300 billion in today's dollars. So adjust for inflation, that's $500 billion in modernization that we've lost over the last 24 years. Russia exposed some weaknesses that we're now addressing, but those weaknesses will be buttressed by a consistent commitment to 2%. For my purposes, take that off the table. And then when you do that, almost all the political headwinds that we have to deal with here will essentially go away or be de minimis.
Look, I think we will continue to support the Ukraine effort against Vladimir Putin, not just because it's in Ukraine's interest and Europe's interest, but because it's in our interest in the United States. The reason the Ukraine supplemental bill got done ultimately is because a significant piece of it went to our defense industrial complex here in the United States. And as Senator Tillis says, one of the things that the war in Ukraine has exposed is the challenges that we have to get prepared for war, to support our own national security. I had a chance to go to the Indo-Pacific back in March with a delegation. And we visited the Philippines, Vietnam, South Korea, and Japan. And one of the things that really surprised me was the focus among the leaders that we met with about what was happening in Ukraine. Because they got the connection between what happens in Ukraine and what Xi is looking at in China and his interest in the South China Sea and in Taiwan. They got the fact that there is a connection between what happens in Europe, NATO, and what happens with our adversaries. So it's not just our allies who are watching what we do in the United States, it's our adversaries. And the best thing we can do to slow Xi down in China, to help ensure that in Iran and in North Korea that they are being very careful about challenging the United States, is to see Vladimir Putin defeated in Ukraine.
Staying on Ukraine, any future expansion of NATO would require Senate approval. Allies are poised to declare at this summit that Ukraine's inclusion in NATO is irreversible, provided that it makes the reforms that NATO allies are seeking. Does Ukraine's eventual inclusion in NATO have enough backing in the U.S. Senate for America to be able to agree to that?
Well, I think that's not going to happen while they're in open conflict with Russia, while there's a war going on. But I think the the goal is to provide a bridge to NATO membership. That's part of what our security agreements have been about with the U.S. and Ukraine, and also some of the other bilateral security agreements. And obviously, as you point out, NATO is not just a defense military alliance, it's also an alliance of values, of shared values, democratic values. And so Ukraine needs to continue on its reform path to ensure that it can also comply with all of the values that are part of the NATO alliance.
Yeah, I agree with Jean. I just think about, we moved fairly quickly to move forward with the accession votes in the United States, actually more quickly than historically with both Sweden and Finland. But going back to the family analogy, now we got 32 family members. I think that we will provide the Ukraine and others seeking accession in the future. We're going to continue to enlarge NATO, but we've got to maintain a high bar. And in the meantime, figure out what we need to do in terms of defense cooperation and other things to provide, incentives and a sense of security short of NATO membership. But I clearly see a future for Ukraine. Ukraine has demonstrated incredible. Let's go back and thank the Ukrainian people for their bravery, their adaptability, their innovation. I mean, this is an extraordinary country, a population of people and a parliament that is listening to us while they're fighting a war. When their capital city is being bombed, they're having committee hearings about the very reforms Jean referred to that they have to get into place to continue to make steps towards secession. That is extraordinary. So we should thank the Ukrainian leadership for addressing things that arguably maybe they should have addressed sooner, but we are where we are. And we should thank those on the battlefield for doing the courageous job that they're doing every day.
Hear, hear.
So you're comfortable with that language, irreversible?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm really comfortable with Vladimir Putin reading that language.
This NATO summit marks the 75th anniversary of the alliance, with cause for celebration among member nations, but it's also a chance for reflection. Change is afoot in Europe and the US, as we've discussed here today. Later this year, the organization will usher in a new Secretary General for the first time in a decade. What are the biggest threats to the alliance strength and relevance, politically and militarily?
Well, I think when Vladimir Putin invaded Ukraine, he thought he was going to split NATO. He thought it would be weaker. We would not be able to stay unified. And in fact, it's had just the opposite effect. And I think that's the most important thing going forward that we can ensure that NATO provides, is to continue to be unified. And it's also stronger. I mean, not only is it stronger in terms of its compact and the provisions that we are doing in terms of putting more troops on the Eastern Front, looking at interoperability for our equipment and making progress on that, new weapon systems. But it's stronger because we've added new members. The addition of Sweden and Finland has really been amazing. Amazing both because they have changed their internal policy of being more neutral to actually having so many of the highest percentage of their population who wanted to join NATO. And they add a lot of capability as well, both from the geographic location near the Arctic and Finland sharing the long border with Russia, but also because of their capability on the sea, in the air. Tom, talk about your piece on Finland, where you talk about the F-35s that Finland has.
Yeah, and I've tried to explain this to some of my members as we were talking about a session with Finland. I said, this country has ordered 65 Joint Strike Fighters. if the United States on a per capita basis were to order the same number, we'd have to have 4,000 operational 24/7. That suggests to me that they're a badass country, and they will be welcome to NATO. Here's the other serious topic that we have to talk about. Ladies and gentlemen, I do believe that Putin subjected us to a stress test that he thought we were going to fail as an alliance. He honestly, there's no way he could have assumed that he would have been successful if he was gaming this out. He had to make a certain assumption with a high degree of probability that there would be fractures in the alliance, and that did not happen. But we also have to understand, we understand a lot of weaknesses. Number one, our intelligence about Russia's capabilities was wrong, absolutely wrong. They have non-commissioned officer corps that's going to take them 10 years to develop. Their weapons platforms are far short of what they should have been, and I'm reminding some of our friends who buy Russian platforms, they may want to dispense with the brochure and see how it actually operates on the battlefield and rethink their weapons sources. But we have to modernize, we have to invest, we have to have latent capability that can be scaled up for the defense industrial base. These are not necessarily things that have to go 24/7, 365 today, but we have to be able to demonstrate that capability, hopefully never have to use it, but it will be an enormous deterrent. But if we don't have it and we get into a live fire situation, we will be dramatically limited in terms of our response without addressing elements of the stress test that were not relevant to what we've done in Ukraine, but would be absolutely relevant if we had to come together and satisfy our Article 5 commitment.
You know, the other thing that NATO is working on, and I'm really excited about this because I've been involved in the U.S. in women, peace, and security, and I know there's going to be a panel after this one talking about this. But you know, back in 2000, the UN passed a resolution on women, peace, and security that basically recognizes that women need to be integrated into all aspects of what we're doing. NATO is working on this. They have a proposal that they're presenting this week on implementing WPS into all aspects of their operability, which is really critical. And it's based on the recognition that when women are at the table in conflict negotiations, that those negotiations are 35% more likely to last longer than 15 years if women are part of that. That's one of, there are a number of other data points that show the connection between women's participation and empowerment and stability in societies. But that's one that I think is really critical, and it's exciting to me as the sponsor of this legislation in our Congress back in 2017, and as we're the first and only country that has implemented this legislatively, and to see NATO adopting it and really fully implementing this policy is important.
I'd like to go back to something. I'd like to go back to something that you said, Senator Tillis, about things that NATO might need to do in the future. I know that the 2% GDP commitment has been a central theme of the U.S. delegation, both Republicans and Democrats. So what have your conversations with member nations been like about that? What is your argument to those that are below that number about why they need to increase their spending sooner rather than later?
Okay, number one, I complimented Finland. I should also say that Sweden also brings a number of capabilities, particularly their power projection in the Arctic. So, okay, so I don't want anybody to think I'm favoring them. I'm glad Sweden's in, and happy anniversary to Finland now that they're 1 year old. Now, ask the question again. I had to get that in.
What has your conversations been like with member nations that are below the 2% GDP? What is your argument to them to increase that spending?
The reason why I try to use the family analogy is to make it very clear I care deeply for every one of the other 31 members of NATO. This isn't a discussion of criticism. What I hear from some people, it doesn't play very well back home. You know, they want us to spend more on this policy or that policy. I said, have you explained to them that their personal safety and sovereignty is a part in increasing that? improving their safety, improving our collective ability to even deter an aggressive act by making this investment? Have you really connected with your population in a way to make that understood? Because if we don't continue to press on it, then why should anyone else who's struggling politically continue to pursue the 2% or more? Why can't, I mean, we can't afford in the world that we live in today to get back to single-digit members contributing 2% and considering that a ceiling. We have to dispense with that and communicate it in terms that the population understands. I would love to spend resources on other things that address domestic priorities, but we only exist as free nations and are able to implement those policies because we are sovereign and we are secure. National security is a prerequisite for long-term democracy, and we have to communicate it that way to diffuse the politics and eliminate that. I'd love to have a NATO conference where we're not talking about the 2%. 30% of the dialogue this week would probably be about fair share or burden share. Let's get past that. Talk about modernization. Talk about industrial base expansion. Talk about deterrent effect that comes from the amount of money that we're spending on modernization, interoperability, defense supply base. Let's get to that point.
I agree with Senator Tillis. I mean, I'm not going to disagree. I think one of the other arguments that I have used with some of the countries that still need to get to their 2%, and there are a couple that don't have a plan to actually do that yet, and we're hoping to see those plans this week, is that it allows us in the Senate and in the U.S. Congress to take that off the table in terms of opposition to whatever might be happening in NATO. And it allows us to stay focused on what the real issues are, which is defending,
I really want to make
Europe
sure,
and,
yeah, I'm sorry, Jay. I really want to make sure that we understand numbers here, because 2% doesn't sound like a lot. But I used one example of a nation that is below 2% and has been below 2% just in this century. And the delta between what we believe they should be paying and what they paid is $300 billion. Ladies and gentlemen, let's aggregate the others and say, what if all had been paying 2%? What would $2 or $3 trillion more dollars over the last 24 years have created in capabilities? Who knows? I mean, you know, it's only guessing, but if we had put $2 or $3 trillion more dollars into our mutual defense over the last 25 years, would Ukraine have even happened? One has to ask the question.
yeah, it's about deterrence and defense.
Well,
other than that, I don't have an opinion on it.
Well, let's talk about the next 25 years then. How should the NATO alliance approach the Indo-Pacific in light of the military aggression that we have seen from China in the South China Sea?
Well, I think one of the exciting things that's happened over the last 3 years has been the addition of those 4 Indo-Pacific nations to, they're not NATO members, but they are participating in the NATO summit. The NATO compact coming out of Madrid talked about China for the first time and the threat that China presents. And I think having those partners in the Indo-Pacific who recognize the connection between what's happening in Europe and the potential for what happens in the Indo-Pacific is really critical. And again, as I said, what we know is that they are watching what happens in Ukraine, that China is watching what happens in Ukraine, because it has an impact on what President Xi might actually do in Taiwan. They see the connection. If Putin is successful in Ukraine, what's to prevent Xi from going into Taiwan? So it's connected, and they understand it. It's not by accident that Japan has announced this year that they're going to double their defense spending, because they recognize the challenges to their own security that China and North Korea present.
I actually think having the IP4 here since Madrid, right?
Yep.
There was a funny story. We were meeting with the Japanese delegation, went to the wrong Marriott, but we finally got there and had a wonderful discussion with them, welcoming them to the NATO summit. But having the IP4 now for the third year, China's watching. You know, I don't know that China is necessarily concerned with quantitative differences between our arsenals and theirs, or maybe even qualitative differences, but we know that China is concerned with our alliances. And that the more we see this cooperation, for the first time in the strategic concept, China being mentioned 6 times, those are things that China watches. I think by itself it has a deterrent effect, but it also forces discussion amongst our allies, amongst the IP4 and this forum and other forums, which I think are very helpful and by themselves have a deterrent effect.
Do you see a role, though, for NATO in that theater? And if so, what would that role be?
You know, I for one thing, I don't want to get into NATO necessarily becoming a global alliance. It may be. I mean, in terms of the United States, the world is small. And I think increasingly our colleagues in Europe feel the same way. But I don't want to get into the complexity of making NATO a global sort of alliance. I think that we could have something short of that and have other agreements, alliances that make sense for that part of the world. And for some of our partners in NATO, it may make sense. For others, it may not. But I don't think we have to get there yet, because we're only 3 years old in terms of having Indo-Pacific nations represented here at NATO, and I think we continue to build on that. That by itself is great progress.
Yeah, I think NATO will determine that along with other countries what's appropriate.
Well, you'd have to change the acronym and everything too.
Well, we are almost out of time here, so I just want to offer you both the opportunity. Are there any closing thoughts that you'd like to deliver?
Well, just to reiterate that 75 years is amazing to have the strongest, longest lasting military alliance in history. I was talking to the president of Kosovo yesterday, President Osmani, who was talking about Kosovo's liberation or freedom as an independent state being one of the biggest successes of NATO. And she said, you know, 25 years ago, we became a country, and my children are the first generation that hasn't had to struggle with war that we can remember in our country. Well, I hope that 25 years from now, we will be hearing from the people of Ukraine that their children don't have to worry about war because of NATO's support for Ukraine.
You know, the message, it's perfect timing for the NATO summit to be in the United States, because a lot of people, like I had my opening comments, are wondering whether or not, you know, there's a risk to U.S. involvement in NATO. I mean, we need to dismiss that. And I'll give you various data points. The number of people who were so supportive of accession of Finland and Sweden was extraordinary. It was never a discussion. We didn't have to work hard to get support for that. That's pro-NATO, right? Because we're talking about accession and expanding NATO. Ultimately, what you saw with Speaker Johnson, in spite of all the political headlines and everything else, you saw Speaker Johnson support the supplemental over the objections of some of the members of his conference in a very tumultuous time. That's another demonstration of long-term commitment to NATO. I think what you see in the Senate, the very strong vote for Ukraine supplemental, is another indication. So I hope you all leave here recognizing that our democracy is a messy one, but it's been relatively successful. And I expect it to continue to be very successful, and I expect that to also continue to be an unqualified support for the most extraordinary treaty that's ever existed.
Well, thank you both for being here again and doing this panel again together. And thank you all for coming. And I think we have another panel after us. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Senators and Francesca, for such an interesting conversation on peeling back the layers on the legislative perspective on the transatlantic relationship and an irreversible path for Ukraine to NATO membership. Please now join me in welcoming Andrew Desiderio from Punchbowl News to the stage for our next session on women, peace, and security, the role of women in leadership.
All right, good evening, everyone. It's my pleasure to welcome you all here to Washington and to this session on women, peace, and security, the role of women in leadership. My name is Andrew Desiderio. I'm senior congressional reporter for Punchbowl News, where we cover the power, people, and politics that drive the decision-making here in our nation's capital. I am honored to be here today moderating this panel, which seeks to highlight the Women, Peace, and Security Initiative as a critical element of transatlantic security. As many of you know, NATO's policy on women, peace, and security was first unveiled in 2007. And during this year's summit, we're seeing the first update to that policy since 2018 in order to reflect the latest geopolitical developments. And of course, in 2022, NATO named the women, peace, and security as a core priority in the strategic concept. I'll also note that in 2017, the United States became the first nation to comprehensively enact through legislation a women, peace, and security strategy with the goal of promoting gender equality in the field of conflict resolution, and this has remained a bipartisan issue, importantly, in Congress. So what has changed since then? Well, quite a lot. Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine has completely redefined the security landscape in Europe and here in the United States, especially for women on the front lines. And as we know, intensifying conflicts around the world pose targeted threats against women. However, women have proven to be indispensable leaders working to guarantee peace and security. Against all odds, women in Ukraine continue to demonstrate their courage and bravery, and across the entire NATO alliance, women in positions of power are transforming the very way we think about our collective security and defense. So without further ado, I'm going to stop talking and introduce my distinguished panelists here, who I'm thrilled to be with. To my immediate right is Olga Stefanishyna. She is the Deputy Prime Minister of Ukraine for European and Euro-Atlantic integration. We also have Irina Felin. She's the NATO Secretary General's Special Representative for Women, Peace, and Security. And at the far end of the stage, Jennifer Klein, Assistant to the President and Director of the White House Gender Policy Council. Thank you to all three of you for being here. Really excited to dive in and start this conversation. Yes. Deputy Prime Minister, I want to start with you. A couple of years ago, you were given the NATO Parliamentary Assembly's Women for Peace and Security Award, and I want to read something that you said at the time. Quote, "I accept this award on behalf of Ukrainian women who are making every effort to protect their country from the Russian invaders and who have been fighting alongside men for freedom and essential democratic values." Can you start us off by talking a little bit about the contributions that women have made and are making to the war effort in Ukraine, and how Ukrainian women have been so disproportionately impacted by Russia's unjust invasion?
Well, probably I'll start with the numbers, which are not that vivid across Atlantic and probably somewhere beyond the Ukrainian borders. We have around 20% of women constituting the overall entirety of the Ukrainian armed forces, with more than 10,000 serving on the front line and around 50,000 in a different areas, in a different senior officers position. Just to compare, it's a totally different number from the one we had before the full-scale war. Although as a advancing democracy, we were mainstreaming gender equality policy and trying to lift every barrier which has been arising from our post-Soviet legacy, putting restrictions to women to access to military, to any other professional or whatever. But the situation has changed dramatically because of the war, and as a country who has continued to be an advancing democracy throughout the war. A country remained fully functional and resilient, regardless the massive aggression and amount of the war crimes. We also made sure that we can catch up with our legislative and institutional changes, enabling women to be more effective throughout the war. That's why we have started a lot of transformations. We lifted all the barriers for women to access any profession in the armed forces, in the security and defense sector, enabling them to have the same access to defend their country as the men had before. It is done. We, of course, reinvent the woman's role in recovery and reconstruction of Ukraine as we are going through a mobilization period where we need a mobilization to be scaled up, to be capable to defend and win back our territories. So, and mostly conscription addresses the man, and that's why but the recovery needs are not getting smaller. So we have a massive program, which means that women would get more access and more engaged in the recovery and reconstruction process. But of course, with around 6 million of people who had to flee from the places they were living in Ukraine, whether it's to the other parts of Ukraine or Europe, the vast majority of them are women and children who had to save their lives and their families. They lost their lives basically in a very moral way of this understanding. Many women are still facing a lot of challenges because their families are split, because men are serving in the armed forces. These are the same men who were designers, painters, technicians before the war. These are different people. So there are a lot of challenges related to that. And also we are working hard to work with those families who are with the men and the women who are coming back from the combat experience, and their reintegration back into the society is really different, and it's really hard to keep the family going from this very challenging period. And that's all the complexity of things we're thinking about. But also, moving through these challenges opens the priorities for ourselves. We have started to advance and pioneer a lot of new experiences, and with Iran together, I think we have invented the new NATO standard, which is a female uniform and everything related to enabling women to serve in the armed forces equally, not on the paper, but not on the front line, but also according to the procedures and the standards. And NATO is about to launch and finance a new massive project which will sponsor the development and production of the female uniform and everything related to that. So Ukrainian women will feel that they are not serving because of their desire, because the country is proud of them and make sure that they're part of it. So many things are going on, but I think from this point, when the full-scale war started, we all were standing as a nation, as one, women and men, elderly and younger one. And of course, I think the major element of morale for all the people serving on the front line is that those families who keep the country running, and these are mostly the women of Ukraine.
Thank you very much for sharing that with us. I think it's a very good foundation for the conversation we're having today. Special Representative Feline, I want to go to you next on something that the Deputy Prime Minister set us up for, actually, the modernization this year of the WPS policy. You were at the State Department yesterday with Secretary Blinken. You spoke about this. Can you talk about the updates to the policy that are being rolled out this year, and also how they're going to be implemented?
As you mentioned yesterday, yes, we were at the Department of State to prepare, to set the stage for announcing the new policy on WPS. Let's make a step back and go to the other policy, the one you mentioned that was in place since 2018. The world has changed, the security environment has changed, and therefore there was a tremendous need to have a document that was fit for purpose. This does not only apply for the strategic concept and the other policy, this applies to women, peace and security as well. And Therefore, the first step was to make sure that the language was integrated in the new strategic concept. For the first time, the current strategic concept makes a reference to the importance of integrating women, peace and security across the three core tasks. And then following this the first important decision, we worked to have a new policy that could really reflect that the new posture of NATO, which means that shifting the focus from a crisis management, where it was mainly a stage where we were integrating gender perspective, deploying gender advice, and to look into what is today the core business of the alliance, which is deterrence and defense. So the new policy is framed around the three core tasks. I really want to start from the strategic concept and translate in this document throughout a gender lens. And that's very important to speak the same language that our political leaders and military leaders speak. Because one of the problems when we talk about gender equality in the documents, that the language that we use, especially when we are in the defense and security context, does not speak to our leaders. It's very important, that's what I'm learning in my mandate, that we come with concrete examples and projects that really resonate, especially with our military colleagues. And the project that Olga mentioned, it really worked in this way because I could get the attention from the military, because when we talk about other less concrete dimension of the agenda, it's more complicated. So we brought a uniform last month at the NATO HQ to really showcase what it means having different uniform fit and develop around the female anthropomorphic data. And there were also trousers for pregnant women. And there was a shock by the colleagues and the generals going around. And the point here, what I shared is, did you ask women what they want when they are pregnant? Do they want to stop their service? That must be their right. But if they want to continue their service, what they need is to be able to have their uniform. So all these elements help to create a new document that is structured around the three core tasks, and I would like to share only a couple of elements that are innovative in the policy. The first point is the strategic goal around gender-responsive leadership. We have the tendency, it's almost 25 years since Resolution 1325 was adopted, to see this as an agenda about women for women. But in a security environment that is still male-dominated, we need men to be gender-responsive leaders. So that, for me, was the first goal. We will not achieve results and our goals if we don't work together. And this is really the main point that, for me, is the fundamental of the agenda. And then, all together, we will implement this across the core tasks. And we have new elements coming in, such as gender disinformation and misinformation, the impact of new technologies, artificial intelligence, technology-facilitated gender-based violence, all those elements where we, as an alliance, are advancing a lot. And so the policy will support our work to make sure that we will not create more discrimination, but on the contrary, we will advance gender equality.
I want to pick up on that, actually. You mentioned gender-based violence. Director Klein, you advised President Biden on a range of topics, from gender-based violence to women's economic security. So your role in the administration is quite broad and far-reaching in terms of the topics that you advise the president on. Can you talk about how NATO's Women, Peace and Security Initiative factors into all of that you do at the White House?
Yeah, first of all, thanks so much for the great question. It's great to be here with both of you. One of the things that the president felt very strongly about when he created the Gender Policy Council, which he did by executive order in March of 2021, and I've been lucky enough to lead it ever since, is that the work needed to be both global and domestic, because while contexts are very different, so many of the issues cross borders. And one of those issues, as you well point out, is gender-based violence. So we work at the Gender Policy Council on intimate partner violence. The president will very proudly tell you that he was the original author and co-sponsor of the Violence Against Women Act in 1994. And we were able to reauthorize that, speaking of bipartisanship, with bipartisan support just last year. But there are issues like conflict-related sexual violence, which is core to the work that, that NATO and the Women, Peace and Security policy that NATO has put out, and that the allies are going to adopt this week, which is very exciting, that are about how women need to be protected, women need to be free from violence, and that there is a direct relationship between that and the ability of a democracy to function. Irina raised technology-facilitated gender-based violence, which I have come to refer to as the 21st century latest form of gender-based violence. And it's very important you emphasize, you said this, but I will emphasize your point, that while the NATO policy that the allies are adopting this week is similar to what has come before it and acknowledges the importance of the status of women to the stability of nations and understands those linkages and understands that meaningful participation and protection and leadership are core. It reinforces that. It also addresses these very new security challenges like technology-facilitated gender-based violence.
Deputy Prime Minister, I want to come back to you because I'm wondering what you want to see from the allies out of this year's summit in terms of the Women, Peace and Security Initiative. What steps do you think need to be taken in order to not only elevate women's participation in the peace and security process, but also to support women and girls who, as you mentioned before, are contributing so much to the war effort for you guys in Ukraine?
Well, probably I could have focused on something related to women, peace and security, I think, but I think the best response we can get is to bring more air defense capabilities to Ukraine to save Ukrainian women and children from being murdered by the Russian Federation, by Putin, but also for those women who has been tortured and raped in the occupation by the Russian Federation is the justice. I think these are things which are really important, and all the other things Ukraine will do it itself.
Absolutely. Special Representative Filene, I want to try to put the new policy into the context of Ukraine. One of the things that was announced yesterday at the State Department was that it's going to be able to provide bulletproof vests, body armor, and combat boots for women in Ukraine. Can you talk about what that means for the on-the-ground situation in Ukraine and how that is all going to be spearheaded through the WPS program?
This project we just mentioned with Olga before, it's particularly important first because it will support the service women in Ukraine and their ability to fight and be at the same time better protected, because especially when it comes to the bulletproof vest, the one that they are currently using are done around male body, and they are too heavy and they don't fit to the women's body, which means that if you don't move comfortably, you are not able to fight and you are at risk. But then this was extremely important when it comes to my work and the work that the Alliance is doing when we talk about integrating gender perspective and implementing the Women, Peace and Security agenda within everything that we do at the Alliance. The division that covers the work on the comprehensive assistance package, that is the mechanism throughout which we will fund the uniform, is the operation division, which is not under my responsibility. So this project is particularly important because it's really a concrete example on how we could work together in synergy and with the other colleagues across the House, and as a teamwork and a team effort with our colleague in Ukraine, respond to their needs, because the comprehensive assistance package is based on Ukrainian needs. So identify the needs, listen to women there, talking with the Minister of Defense, listen to how they were already addressing the problem, and then bringing the project together and have allies support this. For me, it's really a success story. But other important elements that have changed since the full-scale invasion is also how we analyze the conflict. Something that was not happening at the beginning in the first week was to integrate a gender perspective in the conflict analysis. And that is something I started 4 weeks before this full-scale invasion. So I had to learn very quickly and then to see how we had to integrate this. And the alliance had to adapt to this as well in terms of having the weekly briefing and monitoring the situation and developing the support. And that's how to work closer with intelligence, for example. And this is something where we have to increase our research and change our way of doing our business. So the Women, Peace and Security agenda is an agenda that is not static. When it was endorsed, adopted the resolution in the year 2000, there were some priorities. They still remain the same. Talking about participation, I was thinking how the language changed. Refer to what you were saying, Jen. We were talking before only about meaningful participation. Today we talk about full, equal, safe and meaningful participation. And the safe part relates to different aspects. One, because once you are participating, then you face more challenges, physical. But the other one is also the online lack of safety then has then an impact on our political participation. So there are different ways. So we also need to adapt on this way of working, and that's why the new policy is extremely important, because it is the tool that will enable me as the main focal point for the Alliance and our colleague to better support Ukraine in the months to come.
Director Klein, I know we've touched on this a couple times so far, but the event yesterday at the State Department in which Secretary Blinken, Special Representative Feline were there to sort of talk about and unveil the modernization of this policy. Clearly the administration is committed to it, and the president, when he comes to these summits, obviously has a lot of competing sort of priorities, right? The Deputy Prime Minister mentioned the need for air defenses in Ukraine, obviously a major point of discussion here at the summit this year, and of course the last couple of summits as well. I'm wondering if you could give us some insight into the president's thinking on all of this, especially since there are so many priorities that are competing for his attention at the NATO summit every single year when it comes to specifically the Women, Peace and Security Initiative.
Well, as I said, the existence of the Gender Policy Council is sort of, one proof point of his commitment to this set of issues. The other thing is, both in the military and in his own government, he has really prioritized women's leadership. Obviously, we have the first female vice president. We have the first gender equal cabinet. He appointed the first black woman to the Supreme Court. And as I said, really coming from the top, him and from the vice president, to create a gender policy council. The first thing we did was create the first ever, for the United States, national gender equity and equality strategy, and one of the pillars of that strategy is the importance of women's leadership and political and civic participation. So this has been a priority for him since day one, and in particular when you think about the military, we know that participation and inclusion and retention and advancement in national militaries is critical, including our own. So again, one of the things he did early on was make sure that our own military includes women and includes opportunities for women to really grow. So, to your point earlier, one of the first things he did was create an independent review commission on military sexual harassment and assault to reduce sexual assault and harassment in the military. And actually, those sexual assault and harassment in the military are at a nearly decade low for nearly a decade. The other thing he did was appoint the first ever woman to serve as the Chief of Naval Operations and on the Joint Chiefs of Staff. So sort of walking the walk, talking the talk about prioritizing not only the issues, but the people who can lead.
You mentioned women serving in the military. I want to put my Congress hat back on if I can. That's where I spend many, many hours of the day, every day. Director Klein, the Senate Armed Services Committee included a provision in the annual defense policy bill last month that would expand the selective service, or the draft, to women. Does the White House support this, and what would this mean for the NATO alliance as a whole, you think, especially as so many of the allies are starting to reconsider their policies when it comes to the role of women in combat forces, in fighting forces?
Yeah, well, I think you see the importance of this in Ukraine. You know, as we've just been talking about, women are in all parts of the military, including on the front lines. And, you know, what we think in the United States echoes what we've seen abroad, which is that women's full participation and leadership in our military is not only a moral imperative, it's also of strategic importance. And we can't outcompete our adversaries, we can't win wars, we can't meet the greatest challenges facing NATO and the world without using the talents and the skills and the courage of women service members. So that is, you know, an administration commitment.
Deputy Prime Minister, you're seeing this firsthand in Ukraine, obviously, but you know, sort of the direct involvement of women in the fighting forces and the combat forces. Do you think the allies are doing enough to support the meaningful participation of women in national militaries and in NATO forces?
Well, we have been thinking about ourselves, and I presented a pretty wide picture of what we have learned. And just as we're sitting here, North Atlantic Council has released its statement, which precisely says that Ukraine is the major source of innovative experience of the warfare. And I think this, the gender elements and the gender equality and the gender aspects of serving in the armed forces and the access to the armed forces and representation are also the enormous source of data and information to learn from Ukraine. Because again, as I was referring in my speech in the very beginning, Ukraine is an advancing democracy. And I mean, for years, gender equality policy was mainstreamed across the government planning. We have multiple strategies. Institutions went through the gender audit. You know, everybody from Ministry of Defense to Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ministry of Education, and the government. But only when the war started, we thought that we were advancing very much. We also had the gender audit in all our security and defense forces. But when the war started, all the barriers which were unseen through the papers and through the feasibility studies, they revealed. And we had to close every loophole, a barrier after barrier. So if there are any new experience that could be gained to strengthen the bond of the woman, peace and security vision and the concept, they could of course be learned from Ukraine. Speaking about the uniform, we were just exchanging with Iran that in fact it's only Sweden from all of the allies who has a really precise approach to the female uniform and everything related to that. And now we invest 7 million euros to invest in women in Ukrainian armed forces. So definitely the outcome of this project will become a new NATO standard.
And Ukraine is obviously setting a very, very good example for the rest of the world, certainly the rest of the alliance as well. Special Representative Feline, we only have a couple minutes left here, but I want to get your thoughts on what the Deputy Prime Minister was talking about as well in terms of integrating women more fully into the fighting forces of the allied nations.
As also it was said, it's clear that Ukraine is leading by example on this. And this is a broader observation I would like to make as part of our cooperative security. NATO and the relationship with partner, we will have a lot to learn from Ukraine and this experience on many fronts, including about women fighting in the armed forces. And what this example showing, and what Olga just said about the fact that the alliance, about the uniform, that this is something that is missing across the lines as well, says a lot about the need that we have to integrate this perspective in peacetime, which applies also to the fact that integrating women in the armed forces during peacetime, it's what we need to be ready when, if and when we have to deploy them. Because what shows this is that there was a need, and women were ready together with men to find for freedom and democracy. But the system was not ready to incorporate them. So what we have to learn here is that maybe we need to change our legislation and to see how to better integrate them and equip them with the right uniform. But that does not only apply to uniform, it applies to weapons, to tanks, to how all the capabilities, and so applies to the defense industry as well. So there is a further reflection to do how we equip and then our armed forces.
All right, thank you so much to my distinguished panel joining me. Thank you to all of you in the audience as well and those watching at home.
Thank you.
Very much appreciate this panel. Very important initiative. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to our esteemed panelists and moderator. Dear audience, that concludes our first day of programming. Thanks to everybody who attended and watched us remotely. I would like to recognize once again the effort that went behind this event, our co-hosts, NATO and the US government, and the 5 co-organizing think tanks. A special thanks to our corporate partners as well as our institutional partners. Thank you again to all of our speakers and guests for a great day of programming. We look forward to welcoming you back tomorrow.